And I hope you're all ready to rejoin our solo thief Dan. Already in progress. Let's go. Now the big thing for our solo thief here is those levels. And we've got lots of XP to go for getting up to level 15, so let's just go right into it. And I think here at 14, we're going to start seeing asps run away, although only rarely. That's going to be our first monster to start to flee that we actually care about. 16, I think, is when arachnids start to run, and it's not automatic that they run at those levels. That's just the minimum level. So they have a chance of doing it, but not guaranteed. Nice quality of life improvements. The biggest one is buy 99. That actually changes our strategies a bit, because I can afford to blast through heal potions as long as we're getting enough cash for doing the battles. We can grab heal potions really, really fast. And that was not an option in the NES version, where restocking on heal potions was like 4 or 5 minutes. Hey, Dino Warriors, Michaela P, Wolf and Josh. We have just gotten our solo thief started back up again. And we will see how Dan does. Version's good aside from the load times. Yeah, the load times are probably the worst aspect overall in terms of things that the remake hurts for. There are a couple things where I think like this inn and the shops that you have overall not really adding much to have an interior feels a bit clunky. I think that there is a couple of control things that are clunky, like you have to hold a button down continuously to do the dash. Whereas on the later remakes, they made it so that you just turn dash on in the menu. And you actually hold a button to not dash, which is a lot better of a system. Well, a good news for our grinding is that while it is tougher to get the stats that we want, in some ways, the level up system does make it easier here. Rather than having to get every single vitality point, we can manipulate out strong level ups, and it's actually a little bit easier to get a strong level up than a vitality point. So by the time we hit level 35, we should be at 999 hit points, and don't have to worry about vitality or strong levels for the entire rest of the game after that. That's a really big deal in terms of how much safer and quicker it makes those level up processes be. The other one that we kind of care about, strength. If you're willing to spend an extra round power gloving, a power glove is like 12 points of attack power up. That's a really large amount, and could mean that if you miss a bunch of strength points, post power glove at least, you're not even really going to notice it all that much. The one that I'm not sure of, and this is one that we've kind of committed to saying that we are going to give up a lot of these, is agility points. Agility helps the dodge rate. And in this version where the monster accuracy scores are not capped, there's no longer a really hard cutoff that this much agility is required to skip out on a defense sword. Instead, I think it's going to be, we have a little bit less agility, so we're going to get hit more often, which means some of the boss fights we're going to have to reset on, because we get a bad start to it. But that seems like it's possible to work around just with a couple extra attempts. And this is all, post-power gloves, so up to Astos, we are really going to care about those strength points. We are really going to care about, statistically, can we put together a very good thief in a hurry? Because I definitely don't want to have to do, 3 extra levels for stat points, when you could have just nipped along the way. Was the WonderSwan version released before this? Yes. This was basically the WonderSwan version with improved graphics, a fresh US English translation. So this was the first time that they used a lot of the names from the Famicom version of the game. Although, for some reason, the spell names are still the ones based off of the NES release. A lot of the enemy and place names switched over to the Japanese-style ones. And many of the spells work. I don't know if I've actually tested all of the spells in this version, but I definitely do know that Temper and Saber work. We're going to have Saber from the Power Glove. Because we're not going to class change, we will not have the fast spell. You wouldn't really need Temper because by the time that you can class change, you could also get the Power Glove really fast. Just going down into the Sea Shrine doesn't take a lot of resources once you got the airship to be able to pull that thing out. Spell names didn't change until FF8. I know for the remakes that starting on the GBA version, which is the one right after this, that's when they adopted the now modern spell names for things, so like Fyra and Fyraga instead of Fire 2 and Fire 3. They did spell the spells out of it. So it actually says Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3 without abbreviating the text as much. Just like they didn't abbreviate a lot of the weapon names as much. Those got plenty more space for a lot of the displays. And that's really what they took advantage of in this. There's just more resources for everything. You can have better graphics, you can have better music, you can have a lot more in the way of like dedicated systems for things, so you don't have to have like reuse and double dipping as much between different components. And they also had a testing team, so that probably helped out a bit as well. Hey, last calls. Welcome in and hope you're having a good evening here. What level for Astos? Well, we're level 14 right now. We tried to beat the wizards at level 12, and we were so close. The very first try, it was one hit away, and then Dan just didn't get the turn order. And we tried a couple more times at level 12, and that was the best one actually of all of them. So we're gonna go to level 16. We got 2 levels last night, we're gonna get 2 more levels tonight. I think at level 16 the wizards should be pretty easy. They're not gonna be free, like it's not gonna be 100% success, but 4 levels is 100 extra hit points. And that's a full round that we can spend doing those. Alright, 5,000 XP to go. Down to 25 ogres left. What level was the NES version? So evidently I misremembered. I thought we did Astos at 18, but there are claims that we did Astos at 21, which probably means that we did like the wizards at 18 for NES. When do ogres start running? Ogres will start running at level 18. Here at 14, we have a small chance of Asp running away, 16 for Arachnid starting to run, 18 for Ogres. And that's probably why on NES we basically said 18 is where we wanted to try and get things done. But even when monsters start to run, it's not a 100% chance. The further you are above the target level, the more likely they are to run. But initially, it's still low odds, and it just gets more and more and more as the level disparity increases. And that should be kind of good for us, which is things like the wolves will be running away. I think the Gerwolf running at 14 as well. I think the bones start running away. I think the crawl starts running away. And so a lot of the monsters that we don't really want to fight might get out of the picture without us having to go and kill them one by one. Ooh, nice. Unfortunately, we're not at full health, but here is the double Ogre Groger. This is the good stuff for XP. Assuming we get a good bottom Ogre here, we should be in great shape. It's not too bad. We'll have 120 health for Groger. Great clutch dodge there by Dan. Alright, I think we're ahead of pace. And there we go. Great Groger fight. 672 is a really good XP for right now. There are some other battles that are like also really good. If we get the triple muck fight or the I think it's quadruple werewolves at the bottom of Marsh Cave. Those are both in like the 600 to 800 XP range. Doing a lot more damage, yep. The big things are, if you didn't see to the end of last night, is once you start getting those 2 attacks per round, that's a really big jump in damage. First getting 2 attacks with the scimitar, and then 2 levels later getting 2 attacks per round with the saber. So here we are double sabering, and that is pretty hefty damage considering that we were doing many of these fights with single saber, just a really slow and risky approach to them. And now we can kind of chew through them with ease. Speaking of guesses, we should probably put a prediction up for our upcoming level. Level 15 here. Guarantees strength, guarantees a strong level up. But what we don't have guaranteed that we might want is an agility point. And so, let's go with 5 tries in that agility point. These are things that I don't know how many attempts you'd want to put in. It feels like the stat points are a little bit harder to get than on the NES version. But it's not outrageous. So like within 10 tries, we should have it. Whether we can do it in 5 tries though, that is a little bit more aggressive. How much damage does the strength min-max add? Up to right now, very little. The Thief has guaranteed strength for the first 10 levels. And for, like, basically every other level after that for a while. So you are going to be actually very, very good on strength gains. And pretty good on HP gains for a Thief, just as is. But where you start to fall off is later on. And that's where getting that min-maxing helps out a lot. Because you'll be in better shape, and you'll be able to really see the benefit of those incremental points when you're already damage breaking the monster. Hey Saya, welcome in. And TP Silvertown, welcome back for 22 months. Hope you're having a great day here. And ready to enjoy our solo thief adventure. Origins version still available. Yeah, they have the PlayStation games for a really long time. not just digital versions, but they would sell you reprints, like actual physical CDs of many of the PlayStation era Final Fantasies. At least until like a past couple of years. You can get it on the Square Enix store. They had some PS2 games as well. Like, they really kept these games in stock for 15 or 20 years after the release. And that's just like unheard of for availability of games. Yeah, a couple of the DS ones as well. DS ones are very surprising because I would have expected those to be like somewhat, well, hard to get more copies of. Like, there's probably still factories out there that make CDs, but making DS cartridges is like more of a specialized thing. They're also periodically doing Dragon Warrior DS games. And those games were really interesting to watch because they never printed enough. So they would sell out and the price of the games would go up to like $60 or $80. And they print reprints and it'd go back down to like 30 or 40. Then go back up to 60 or they print reprints back down to 30 and 40. And it was odd seeing kind of the cycle of like people thinking, oh, this must have been the very last reprint batch because they would pay those really inflated prices for the DS games, and then Square would release them back on their website a year later for basically half off. Have I ever done the Parasite Eve series? I think we did Parasite Eve 1 on stream a couple years ago. Parasite Eve has not aged particularly well. It's in that era of kinda clunky PlayStation action shooters where the controls just are not good feeling. It wasn't until like about halfway through the PS2 era that I think things like cameras and movement controls were really worked out well. Like the very first Devil May Cry game feels really rough playing it if you go back to try it out because they had like the controls down, but the camera's just like atrocious. And like trying to actually see where you're going and movement and things becomes a lot harder. And the generation after that, like maybe like 2 or 3 years after that initial DMC game, suddenly camera controls are way better. And there's kind of like a steady evolution. Like the camera in like Super Mario 64, that's a camera. It has all kinds of problems. And it was already getting better, but it didn't feel quite right until just before the PS3 came out. Hey Saya, don't worry about it. I will try to do my best. But like Dan, sometimes my best is not very good, and you can remind me when I get it wrong. We're having fun with the ogre grind. Ogres and snakes and bugs. Also scorpions, if we could find them. Those would be like the ideal monsters right now. We're talking about some of the things that we could potentially grind once these start running away. So we have a couple more levels before that's a real possibility, but I'm thinking maybe shadows at the top of Marsh Cave or bottom Marsh Cave doing mucks and werewolves as potential places to go. Dude, the Groger tile from Melmond, we haven't tried the Melmond Mini Peninsula Power, but the problem is that even if that is still there for that one tile, and I wouldn't be shocked either way. Like, this version doesn't have all the map edits that the Dawn of Souls version does, so possibly they're still using the same overall map and enemy encounter zones for everything. But even if the tile is there, because you're not going to be able to manipulate which encounters that you get, you're going to get a lot of shadows, a lot of Gerwolves. Those make up, I think, 60% of the encounters in that zone. So you got a 50% chance of being on the right tile when the encounter happens. And then a 40% chance of getting a monster that you want. Probably not a 100% chance of beating the encounter because those are a bit tougher than the normal fights that you have around here. And so you're looking at a bunch of resets per successful battle. That may or may not be better than the Marsh Cave trip. Like, both of them are going to require a pretty hefty walk to restock your supplies. That's one of the nice things about this place is that just popping the in, it's way cheaper than drinking potions. Also, drinking potions is kind of slow in this version. It wasn't until GBA that you could mash the potion button and just drink them as fast as possible. You have to actually wait for the last potion to go down before you can drink a new one. I thought the Asp ran at 14, but we haven't seen an Asp run yet. Maybe they are 16 like the Arachnids. We have definitely seen monsters run. I think when we did our first trial to the Marsh Cave, may have been like Bones that run even lower than level 12. There's plenty of monsters that are absolutely terrified of the sight of Dan coming at them. Alright, we should be getting close. Estimate for Solo Thief, my best guess is going to be 20 hours is optimistic and 25 hours seems kind of on the safe side. Once we are post-Astos, it should be a lot faster than NES. And pre-Astos, it's been faster as well. Like, we definitely beat Bicky a lot sooner than I expected us to. So with that information in hand, you can try and put some guesses down, but definitely we have gone faster up to this point than we did before. Like, I want to say night 1 of NES, we got like 7 levels. And on PlayStation, we got 13. Encounters in combat, well, I mean, you got the load times, you've got the reset times for all the extra fights. The animations do happen faster, but I don't know if that actually makes the battles overall faster. One thing is that we're actually benefiting right now from the higher encounter rate. That is not going to be true for most of the game. We're going to be very much not benefiting from the encounter rate being doubled. But when you're trying to grind, well, it's not too bad to have encounters happen so quickly. Hey, Arakashi, welcome in. Alright, where are we? 471, so other than a Groger fight, I don't think we would get a level up here. But we're getting real close to 15. or any single thing which speeds the run up, the Power Glove. The Power Glove is going to speed up the post-Astos, well, post-Ice Cave stretch tremendously. I think Save Anywhere is going to also be the dramatic speed-up factor, and maybe the different leveling system, meaning that we don't have to do as much manipulation later on. That could be pretty significant as well. So those three factors, I think, are what is on our side for really going much more quickly through this. Alright, this will be first try for our level up. Buying 99 potions does save me about 25 minutes over the course of the run. But I think that's a less of an impact than those other three things. Those are going to save me like 2 hours plus each. Alright, first one up. Dang's got a level 25 HP, and no agility points. Try again. That's one try down. Prediction is for 5 tries. I will probably give it 10 before bailing on the point entirely. Like, this one should be on the easier side to get this point, so letting it go to waste feels a little bit bad. I don't know if these wolves are going to run away. I'm actually hoping some of them do. Looking like, nope, not yet at least. I mean, I know we've definitely seen monsters run. They're just being shy right now, even though they, in theory, are eligible to panic. Alright, try number 2. 25 HP. No agility point. The blue and red orbs, those are the people backing different predictions. You can see whether people are going for yes or no on our 5 tries at this agility point. Hey, Halcyon and Kiwi. Thanks for the good wishes there. Working on level 15 right now. It's our first level up tonight. And then one more after this before we go and trounce those wizards again. Alright, number 3. 24 HP, no agility point. I think 24 is the worst possible HP roll here. We should be getting 29 as our top end one. It's actually going to be a little bit lower HP than NES had for top end. because we're not trying to force the vitality points. But we'll get so many more strong level ups that it'll just completely blow away those totals. One strong level up is worth 2 early game vitality points. Or like 4 or 5 mid game ones. Damn, getting pounded by that poison. When poison is 5% damage instead of 2 damage, it actually is a pretty legitimate status ailment. Like, you could kind of ignore poison for the most part in battle on the NES version. Go for try number 4, 29 HP, no agility point. I'm going to take this as my backup. This should be our best possible roll on HP. So if we end up not getting the agility point, I'll take this save, and then we're going to re-roll the 29 again. Another really nice benefit of the PlayStation version having multiple save locations. So we take that save, but go back to our memo save to try again at the rolls. And we have one more try left on our prediction here. Definitely seems harder to get the stat points than NES. NES is 1 in 4. I don't know if I would believe 1 in 10. There's a creep running away. It's our first runaway tonight. And does try number 5 deliver? 29 HP. No agility point. Alright, so we didn't do it in 5 tries. The naysayers are correct. But I'll give it 5 more tries to see if we can still pick that point up. It's nice to have the extra evasion. We can deal, because we can just retry encounters until we get a fight where it goes our way. But it would certainly be convenient to not to do that as often. Like, these boss fights are not going to be trivial. They're going to be easier because of the Power Glove, but they're not going to be so guaranteed that we can just, you know, waltz through without any safety measures. So the agility will help. Also helps with running away from things. It helps with getting not first struck a lot. Helps with dodges before you travel through a dungeon. So you might have to do less resets if your agility is better. Hey, Lally Bear. Welcome in. Working on grinding out level 15 here for our thief. See if we get our agility point to pop. And 28. No agility. 4 more tries at it. Starting to see more criticals. It shouldn't change the critical percentage as you level up or anything like that, but it feels like we're seeing more crits. Alright, 27 and no agility point. Couple more tries at it. The it does have a pretty good number of guaranteed agility points. It's like probably about 3/4 of the level ups, maybe 2/3. But just forcing out those extra couple of points, really noticeable in the late game. $27. No agility. All right. 2 more tries. We'll give it 2 more tries. Then we'll take the point. $27. Agility. All right. So we're losing 2 HP for an agility point. I think it's worth the trade. We're going to keep this one. We're going to work on level 16. 16 will be the last level up before we go and do Marsh Cave again. And I gotta think that level 16 we should have very good chances of taking out a 2 wizard fight. By that point, we will have gotten, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more strong level ups than the NES version would have. Which turns into about 150 extra hit points over NES. That's a very substantial edge for survivability. And you can save anywhere over top of that to allow you to quickly retry those battles. So even though we'll be functionally, I think, 2 levels lower than we were on NES, we should have a very good chance of winning. Actually, I'm going to take this save. One downside of multiple save locations is I have to remember to load from the right one. It has definitely surprised me every now and then to go to grab my save file. It's like, that doesn't seem quite right for the state of the game. It's like, oh wait. I have to load the memory card instead of the memo save. So let's check our quantity here. So 8,000 experience. That is approximately 40 ogres of XP that we need. So this could be a stretch where you're not doing as well as the NES version, where we were kind of forcing out ogre battles pretty quickly. We're trading the predictability that NES had for not having to do as much walking around to trigger the fights. Viola Drum, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Back for 8 months. Hope you're having a wonderful day here with the Solo Thief Challenge. Bringing a little smile. Still have that clong sound. Like, what are these asps hitting? It's like an aluminum baseball bat. How much does the 2x encounter affect the level choice for Temple of Fiends? Not really at all, Wolf and Josh. we can save scum all of the dungeon floors, so we don't have to take any random encounters in dungeons if we don't want to. That means it's going to be kind of a slog to get across those areas, but essentially it's free. We will still want to have level 50 at Temple of Fiends for the bosses. Like, that's not going to change. But it means that you don't need to have the hyper-optimized agility. It means you don't have the luck factor involved of, you know, can you get through there without a bad man ambush or something like that? And it means that your potions are 100% just for recovering from the boss battles. So if you have 99 potions, you're doing the 4 Fiends plus Phantom, that's roughly 20 heal potions per battle that you can afford to spend and still be at full health for Chaos. Pretty respectable. Like, that's 600 HP of damage that you can recover. I guess that could be hitting his copper bracelet. So we got metal snakes. And Dan's one bit of metallic armor. It was holding them off. Surprised that Astos can't be killed right now. Yeah, you basically don't damage him other than critical hits. And we don't get a lot of criticals. It's around a 5% critical hit rate with the weapons the thief has available. So if you need to get, with this amount of strength, 8 critical hits, that's a lot of hits to get in a very small amount of time. And if a couple levels gets you down to 6 or 7 critical hits required, it's still really, really hard, but it gets more plausible the fewer number of successful attacks required to win. I think some trade-offs might be with our extra health, we can probably survive another Fire 2 Lit 2 cycle, so you do have to deal with the rub. If you get rubbed round 1, then no big deal, you're resetting, but he's gonna rub again after 8 spells are used. That's where it could get a little bit scary. And if you can wrap around twice, give you even more turns to try and get a kill in, then suddenly you have, if you can survive 3 rubs, quite a few more tries to get those crits. Down to 33 ogres left. Means we should start thinking about our prediction here. This is gonna be level 16. Which means we're looking for the strong level up. I think again we'll go with 5 tries for it. Strong level ups are probably more likely to happen in 5 tries than a stat point. So this one I'd be more inclined to say the edge is towards the backers. But level 16 guaranteed sail. We are not going to try for the endurance point. We don't need vitality in order to max out our HP, which is a really big relief. So all we care about is just getting the strong level up. Everything else will take care of itself. make all encounters ogres, although it wouldn't help once they start running away. That's the problem NES had. It was fine until level 18. And then the ogres started running. And then it was not fine. It was real tough going from 18 to 21, which is, I believe, when Astos died on NES. Well, we quite haven't hit that point yet on PlayStation. It's coming. It will one day be a problem here as well. Just trying to stay a bit over 300 hit points. Makes it pretty safe to do those Groger battles if they pop up. You'd really hate to lose one of those at the serious XP that those offer. Groger's the 1 in 64 encounter, unfortunately. And you could move over to a zone where he's 3 in 64, but the other fights get worse. Just short of taking out those creeps. Who now should be slightly more likely to run away. I think it's about a 16 level spread to go from your initial chance to run to where you're basically running every time. I know Hydra is one of the really good monsters of Season 14. It's a monster that's very on or off, though. Like, there'll be plenty of nights where Hydra is just awful. But when they're big, they can really go to town. They have so many opportunities to ambush compared to most other fights that it's all about their, like, slot one move. Whether they've got a big spell, a big skill, whether they've got, you know, death touch or something else on their touch attack. Those can make them go, like, very quickly into super high value territory. I definitely think there's going to be more people going after the challenges, Wolf and Josh, in the future. I meant that to be an alternative way for people that didn't get into all the spreadsheet stuff for, you know, trying to optimize their team. It's like, here's a way to get like a fun one-night type of thing. Where if you pick a bad team, it doesn't hurt you as much. Like, you'll just try again the next day for those challenges. And overall, the challenges have been pretty well adopted. I've seen a lot of people build their teams around trying to get the initial couple of easy challenges out of the way. We'll see if that's still true when people have gotten, like, you know, 18 or 20 of them, whether they're still willing to chase after the last couple of really hard ones. Because there's a few that are really, really hard to get. There's Asp going away. And I'm going to be in Chaos mode until I get Chaos Catastrophe. I'm surprised I got the Contender. I think I might have had another night that was also, like, in Contender range. But no Catastrophes at all for the whole time through. One day, though. One day my Chaos team will be so stinky. We'll start going after some of the other ones. $22 more ogres to go. More than halfway through. And we got a Groger in sight. Ooh, Team 10. That's a fun one, I think. I think as soon as I get the Chaos mode stuff done, I might go after, like, Team 10 and the Dragons. Those will probably take a little while. So that should be less than 20 ogres left. Still not sure why Dan is paying for 4 beds every time through here. We could get a big discount if he just got a single room. Instead, Dan using the foul necromantic arts. Does any version revive people with ins? I don't think so. Although I believe GBA does cure, like, poison and other status elements with ins. To actually check that, like, it's been a long time since it ever came up as an issue. We tested it in this version just to make sure that it was not going to cause me any problems with this. But I can't remember ever getting a revive on it. That's something that was later Final Fantasies, where you'd get, you know, revivals on certain cutscenes, or at the end of bits of storyline, or, well, starting like Final Fantasy X, like every time you touched an orb. Hey there, State of the Belmont, welcome in. If the challenges reset or carry, but the challenges are permanent praxia. So you can only earn challenges on nights when we're doing season play, but once you have them unlocked, they will continue past the season that you got it in. There'd be no way to get all 24 done in one season, I would think. Even if you're really trying to optimize them. I think somebody got 8 challenges done. That might be the most that I saw. Get challenges during preseason games? No. It is only during official season play. So anytime that we are testing or doing Extreme Edition randomizer, things like that, all of those will be non-challenge nights. We're gonna get rugged by Astos. We should see Astos today. This is the last level up before going to get the crown. And I'm gonna be doing some science in the Marsh Cave to see if that's going to be a faster place to level up than this area around here for a little bit. I think what I might try is level 16 for the crown, then 18 for our first Astos attempt. Just to see how it goes. 18 is where ogres start running away, so that's a big deal for grinding implications. It's going to get much tougher doing this type of strategy when you start losing your main source of XP. And these tarantulas start to go at 16, so one more level up and we will begin to lose them every now and then. Marsh stuff. The muck, the arbones, the scum, and the shadow I think stick around for longer. Scorpions should be running already. I think they're the same as asps for their level. But there's a bunch of stuff in Marsh Cave that doesn't start running until like the mid-20s or even level 30. Dozen more ogres to go. Does the thief do less damage in this version? I don't think so. This feels about the same as NES for damage. I think we might be getting fewer critical hits, so you might notice that. But I want to say it seems like we're getting about the same amount of attacks to take out a lot of these monsters. So right now, sometimes 2 attacks to kill a creep, about 3 attacks to kill an ogre. But yeah, auto-retargeting, you get a free attack in if the monster retargeting runs away. It makes it a little bit less frustrating. Still though, if you're getting monsters running, especially your ogres, then it's going to be really tough to get XP at the same rate. Amazing hair on the ogre. I noticed that ogre really had a nice redesign for this version. Like, if you go back to like the original artwork, all the stuff that Amano drew, it actually is pretty similar to the character and enemy designs in the remakes here. Like, they didn't invent new details, but they had the ability to put in a lot of details the NES version simply omitted. And for a bunch of these monsters, it's a really nice improvement. Speaking of furwolves, I had a little thought of maybe trying to pull furwolves off a Peninsula Power. They've got basically no defense. Actually, they've got literally no defense, so you can hit them pretty hard. And it's a 25% chance using their Frost Breath, so maybe in small enough quantities, you could get away with it. Frost Breath, we should be able to take like 5 of those before dying. And I bet Furwolves would have, well, not good experience compared to the rest of Peninsula Power. Probably pretty good experience compared to these fights. Hey, Woot Boy. Yeah, Solo Thief is definitely a challenge. Thief is the worst character class in the game by a very large margin. And while it's not as disadvantaged in the PlayStation version as the NES version, it's still really tough. We won't get many of the version differences in our favor until after we get the airship. That's where you really start noticing things getting a lot better. This stretch is not that different from NES for what you have to do. We're going to be coming up on our level 16 pretty soon. Again, we need to get the strong level up to pop. So we are looking to see like a 25 plus HP roll here. If you see a 4 or 5, you know that we didn't get it. And then anything in the 20s, even if we got on the low side, it's worth taking because you can easily get more than 999 HP from the level ups that you have here. It's going to be like super straightforward to max out HP. It's a refreshing change. Not just being able to max out, but the fact that we don't have to really worry about it too much for a lot of level ups. Do we get an extra hit before Astos? Unfortunately, no. We'd have to go to 26 to get a third attack per round, and that is a lot of level ups. What we are doing is we're increasing our base attack power so that we will have more damage on each critical hit, which hopefully turns into fewer critical hits required. We also have more hit points, which means that we can tank Fire 2s and Lit 2s and the occasional Astos punch and just have more rounds to try to get the kill in. And when it actually goes through, like the big thing is going to be, can you dodge the slow spell? Because that will cut you down from 2 attacks to 1 attack, and that is a really big difference in damage output. Alright, how close are we getting here? It should be real close. 500. So now we're within Groger's striking range, but most encounters should be comfortably able to fit into that mark. Now 250 left to go. That means many encounters will start being our level up tries. We have 5 tries for the prediction. And this one I will definitely go until we get it, so we will take as many tries as required to get the strong level up to happen. Creep stuck around. Guarantees me enough experience now. Just need one of those two creeps to play nice. Alright, try number one. Can't get any level. Only 5 hit points. Try again, Dan. Nintendo, welcome in. We're just rolling up level 16 here, which is our last level up before we go to Marsh Cave. So this time we'll have about 420 HP to try to take out 2 wizards. I think that's very, very doable. It probably isn't something that you could realistically grind. But doing it once seems very tractable. Try number 2. 5 HP. Try again, Dan. Prediction was for 5 tries on strong level up. So 2 down, 3 to go. Why no wizard grind? Well, if it's 1/3 of the wizard battles that we could even try. And you get it like every 3 or 4 attempts. Now the wizards are like about the same as a Groger. I don't know if you would actually come out ahead, especially with the amount of time to like cycle through and get more healing potions. You could do at most like 8 or 9 battles before having to go back to town. Alright, Dan, 29 HP. That was a 3rd try strong level up. And the sail, we did not get the V, but that is okay. Because Dan is going to the Marsh Cave. And here's where we can get another quick prediction in. It is going to be first try wizards. So we will recycle until we get a 2-pack of wizards. Can we beat the 2-pack first try? That is the prediction. We came really close to beating the 2-pack first try at level 12, but then 4 more tries or 5 more tries, and we never came close again. At 16, I think we got a pretty good chance, but we will find out whether or not the wizards will be our undoing. Probably don't even need any more cabins. We got this. Dan is a professional wizard stomping machine after all. Strength and health enhancements helped. Strength, accuracy, There's definitely a couple things that will improve our chances. Additional 100 hit points. That's like a full round extra that we have on all the attempts. But I will say, other than that first try at level 12, we didn't exactly do particularly well. I was really confident seeing how close we were, and then never happened again. Like, we would get annihilated. Sometimes not even getting a single wizard down. Three encounters in 3 steps. I think we have had 3 encounters in like 6 steps as the most that we've seen. It does get a little bit annoying for the encounter rate, especially once you're like past the real intended point of doing the area. Like, you can tell where it's just like, these encounters feel like a waste of time. But again, that is what is keeping our grinding hopes alive right now. Oh yeah, things like sorcerers and other really bad battles, those are actually no problem. The save anywhere does very much trivialize some of the tougher dungeons overall. Which I certainly am not gonna miss the fun time Solo Thief NES had going through those. You really notice Ice Cave, Ordeals, Temple of Fiends Revisit, it's gonna be a big one. Like, because you can't manipulate which encounters you get, it would be incredibly painful doing those places with limited resources. Alright, down we go. By the way, Marsh Cave actually has a lower encounter rate in this version. Flipping things around. Marsh Cave, Waterfall, both have lower encounter rates. No idea why. But I'm not going to complain about it. Crawl hopefully going to be start running pretty soon. If the crawl runs away, then you can start trying to get the Arbones in the fights. Arbone's a monster that's worth a decent amount of XP, but the monsters around it are so nasty. Especially that paralysis. Hey, Thalfin, welcome in. Alright, here we go. So it's going to be the first time we get a 2-wizard fight. We get 3 or 4, resets don't count. 2-wizard fight. Will it be? First try, wizards. Alright, 64. Not a bad first round. Not great damage. Really not great damage. Dan is going to need a miracle now. He's got one wizard to go, 104. Ooh, bad miss, Dan. And does not succeed first try. Certainly a lot closer than we saw on level 12. So I've got some hope at getting this done within a couple tries. Another 2 wizard fight. I'm taking it. Ugh, that's a lot of damage. Damn! What a terrible start. What a terrible start for Dan. Yeah, I don't think he's even gonna get one wizard down here. Nope. And this is why the wizards are not very fun. Nothing to do with NES hit points, Meppy. But every time you went to the dungeon, you'd have to walk all the way through again in order to get another crack at it. And then all the way back out with all of the terrible, terrible things lurking. So yeah, we did do it at a higher level. I think we're level 18 for NES. Alright, there's a 2-pack. Okay-ish first round. Good second round. Ooh, good jumping the gun there. So now we got one wizard with 166 HP to go. Good crit there. Okay, Dan. 70 hit points. Can you hold out? Can you go first? Dan couldn't do it. Oh, that was close. That one was real close. Another one down to the last couple of hit points on that wizard. Try again. Not a good start there. Really needs those early dodges to be in contention. Really needs to kill that bottom wizard in like no more than 3 rounds. Yeah, where's that crit earlier when we needed it, Dan? Where was it? Alright, 70 HP. 30 HP. Dodge there could have put him into contention. Even with that really bad start, he wasn't completely out of it. Those double hits that just absolutely are brutal. Well, at least he got one wizard down. But that's it. That was looking really good. And then that round happened. Alright, 126 to take out a wizard. 57 points to take out a wizard. He's got to go first. Damn! He did not go first. He did not go first. That was a good hit. He can get a 2-round bottom wizard. That would be big. Ooh, that's a crit. A little bit short as well. Did pick it up, though, before the bottom wizard went, so now we got a 169 top wizard. Dan, please. You are literally killing us all. Needs a big double hit going first. He got it! The wizard's going down. And we have a crown. And that's why we are not going to grind on wizards. What we are, though, going to try is some of the other monsters around here. So we want to see if we can do the muck fights or the werewolf fights. I think those are going to be the lucrative ones on bottom floor here. Or our bones if Krull wants to run away. Give Krull one more try to run. Does not go. This track sounds particularly good. It's a really good bit of the music overall. I like it a lot. Okay, triple muck. I don't know if we can do it with triples, but we'll give it a try. This would be a lot of XP, by the way. This is what I really want to see. Big muck battles, big werewolf battles. And how long can you hold out? That was pretty good. Did the triple muck seemingly easily. It's about the same as, like, 2 Grogers and maybe an ogre on top of that. On the downside, the potion cost is very excessive. Nice, Solo Muck's real good. We'll need 32 mucks for this level up. What do we have in level up? Oh, we have Strength Point and Strong level up. Alright, maybe tough. Might be a tough one. Gargoyle is also pretty tough here. They do a lot of damage. But I think they're worth like 2/3 of an ogre. So we'll see if we can beat them. Can't quite one-shot even with a good hit. Muck basically hits half as hard as a wizard does. Yeah, that was worth 2 ogres and definitely hurt a lot more than the mucks did for the same amount of return. I'd say Gargoyle's not nearly as good as the Muck fight. And yeah, armor's a big difference. If you had iron armor, which would be 20 more defense than what the Thief has on right now, pretty much all of these enemies are doing 1 to 10 damage. And it's like, you could sit there all day and have no problem. Hey, Decker. When we get our third hit to level 26. It is, hopefully not something you're going to see. We would like to beat Astos before that happens. I'm not really seeing the crawls running away as often as I was hoping, so crawl battle, probably not doable. We only want the R-Bones. We don't want anything else in those fights to stay there. Still haven't seen a werewolf. It was supposed to be about 10%. Astos lifts the floater in 26 tonight. Well, if we can beat Astos, we get to upgrade to Coral Dragon or Rune Swords, and that'll actually bring down the level 4 3 attacks per round. I think with those swords, it is level 21 that we need. So we might be getting our third attack immediately after Astos. Oh, nice. There's the triple muck again. This was the good stuff. It hurts a lot, but it's so good for XP. Okay, you need about like 35 mucks for a level up. So a pretty big chunk of it in one battle. Three mucks is the same as 4 ogres, Mogul, so this is certainly while we're here faster. I don't know if you'd want to take dedicated trips going all the way to Marsh Cave and back to refill your heal potions in between. But since we're here, yeah, you might as well use all your resources up on these better encounters. Can't deal with scums. Scums basically can only be damaged by magic. Something that we have absolutely none of. Haven't seen any success with the R-Bones yet. Still haven't seen a werewolf battle. Where are those things? You know what? I will definitely take more muck. It has been working out for us so far. Only real downside of the muck strategy is it definitely doesn't pay for its healing. So we wouldn't be able to do this for sustainably large amounts of time. You know what? I don't think the gargoyle is worth it. It was about the same pain as the muck fight, but less than half the experience. Maybe a little bit more than half. It was like 390, I think. Oh yeah, mucks do a lot more damage than ogres, but look at the experience. That's the big difference. They're worth a lot more than double. Hey Manai, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night here. We just finished getting our crown. We're doing a little bit of grinding in Marsh Cave while we're in the neighborhood. Individually worth 25% more, but there are 3 mucks in a battle, and there can only be two ogres in a fight. So that speeds things up a lot, just having the fewer battles required. On average, you're gonna have 1.5 ogres, and you're gonna have 2 mucks on the formations. Hey, Regular Orange. Solo Thief is definitely a challenge. This is the PlayStation version, so we've done it before on NES. And I'm expecting this one to be a bit faster, but it is certainly a hard slog pre-Astos. Gold will be an issue if we have to do the grinding here in Marsh Cave or Vix. And that's because we are getting a lot less gold than we are spending on potions. So you can only do this like maybe twice before running out of cash. There's the werewolves. As expected with the ambush start. They get their 3 HP regeneration. It's basically nothing. I think it's like 2.5%. Regenerate somewhere around there, and that actually is noticeable on Warmech. Warmech's a regenerating monster in this version of the game. Yeah, it's worth more than the triple gargoyle, and definitely a lot easier. Now they're supposed to have regeneration in the NES version, but it does not work. I know, it's a shock. Turns out there is something broken in the NES version of Final Fantasy. How much time reloading? I think it is like 4 hours right now. Like we can see the load time. Yeah, we got 5 hours in game. So a little bit more than 3 hours from resets. Guess we'll take the arachnid. Not expecting Spider to stick around for long. I think that's actually the poisonous party mix pack, and they just happen to have no scum and muck with them. And the scorpions. Let's see how we do on these. I don't think we've tried a scorpion fight yet. Oh, they hurt a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna say Scorpion's probably not gonna be worth it. So we will stick to Mucks and Werewolves. Those two are both pretty good. Not the Slimes, though. Or the Scums. If it was actually Slime, they would be great experience if we could damage them. Gargoyles we can kill, but it's not worth the trade-off. So many things that even a silver bracelet would make better. Silver is 11 more defense. Yeah, that pretty much takes the gargoyle damage in half. Doesn't really do much to blunt the wizards and the mucks and things, but anything that's got 2 attacks per round, it's a big deal on. Alright, how about 2? There's 1 Scorpion down. And the Shiners, thank you very much. Coming back for 25 months. Hope your day's going well. And enjoy the Solo Thief adventures. Alright, 450. It's not quite as efficient as the Mucks in terms of XP per potion. It's not bad, but not as efficient. We can only probably do maybe 2 more fights here. I've just about used up all 99 of our healing potions. Nice, werewolves again. Only the 2nd time we've had the werewolf battle show up. This was supposed to be 9.4%. I'm really not seeing it. This feels rarer than that. Yeah, these are basically like the arachnids. They do more damage from the poison than their actual physical attacks. Yep, 4 or 5, so those are a little bit more than an ogre worth of experience. By the way, we have 20 ogres worth of XP left for level 17. Check out Lucky Bones. Nah, I'm still not seeing crawls run. I guess 16, not enough to strike terror into their hearts. Is Soul Thief purely for the challenge factor? I mean, I'm gonna have fun doing it, but yes, it is a very, very challenging run. Definitely, I would say the hardest character class challenge to do. The worst character class, and doing it no class change means that you don't have any of the wonderful upgrades the ninja brings. Ninja basically is like a fighter with a little bit worse stats, but the fast spell. So like, there's some interesting trade-offs there. But Thief has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Was Kraken dangerous in the solo thief attempt? Kraken 1 is not hard. Kraken 2, that's real painful. Kraken 1 just doesn't have enough attack power to really burst through your defense. You've got the gold bracelet. Well, no, you've got an opal bracelet at that point, and pro ring, and pro cape, and a ribbon. That's going to be about as good as a fighter would be throughout a lot of that stretch of the game. So you're not going to take a lot of damage on the first time fighting the bosses. The refights, though, Kraken will be a big pain for those. Alright, looks like we got our last battle here. Gonna try and pull one more of those muck fights out. Mucks or werewolves? So they do more changes to make Thieves viable. They did more changes in the GBA version. They basically doubled the Thief's accuracy score. And I wouldn't say it makes it a good character class, but it's way less broken. You also have a lot more equipment options as a thief. Or at least definitely as a ninja because of the bonus dungeons as well. But having double accuracy, that is definitely a treat. I wish we just had like fighter accuracy with our thief here and could get enough attacks per round to be dangerous. You know, getting 3 attacks for Astos would be just such a huge transformation for how quickly you could take him out. Alright, 3,000. We could get one more in. One more. But this is definitely the last one. Items that thieves can use but ninjas can't. No, but there are more items that thieves can use. Especially defensively. And that makes a really big difference for survival. Also, offensively, once you are no longer pinned to just the Mazmune, that's a pretty big improvement as well. What the Thief needs to be, like, not completely broken is something at the, like, Sun Sword or Ice Sword level that they can use instead of the Rune Sword for most of the game. Because that's, like, the one really critical thing that you never get a solution for. You will never get a good weapon in this version of the game up until the Mazmune. And especially for NES, where there's no buffs at all. That is a huge, huge problem. Alright, Praxi, have a good night. Pleasant dreams to you. Getting close to level 17 here. We'll get that, and maybe we'll see what Astos is like. I don't think we can beat Astos at 17, but this is the experiment level. Just to see how bad it is. You can get the Dragon Sword, Coral Sword, and Rune Sword. They're all about the same. All 3 of them are weaker than the Silver Sword. They're about maybe the same strength as the Long Sword when it comes to their total threat level. I'm shocked at the encounters here. Normally this dungeon is very low encounter rate. We're actually seeing a bunch of fights going across this floor. That's a bit better. Safety bat. Do elemental bonuses work? Yes. They don't do much. Like, I think elemental compatibility is something like a 10% bonus. And that is pretty hard to notice unless you're just barely damage breaking a monster. It's more significant if it is, like, right on that threshold. Shadow grinding was another option that we put out there. Shadows do not do much damage, but each shadow is a little bit less than a half ogre. So I imagine it would take a while to get your level ups there. Speaking of which, we have 2200 XP for this level up. That is 11 ogres worth of XP. We're getting 2 of them right here. Alright, 9 ogres to go. How do wizards punch harder than ogres? A wizard did it. I'm gonna pass on these. I think at 133 health, we're probably not gonna win a lot of fights. Could possibly do solo ogre. Maybe come close on doubles, but lots and lots of creeps, those are gonna be problematic. Still gonna be problematic. That's 8 ogres left to go. Oh yeah, if this game didn't have a quick save feature, it would be real painful walking around. I mean, we've done playthroughs with no quick save. And for a real team, it's adding some time to your travel, but you can take out the encounters, and you have the resources to keep going. But for Solo Thief, no. It would not be good. Has the HP growth changed? In this version, you can manipulate a strong level up every single level. It's kind of like another stat point. So rather than getting vitality points, which if you get every single vitality point and max out all of the level ups, you get around like 820 hit points on NES. We'll have 999 HP by like level 35. Takes time to do the manipulations, but we'll eventually get them. Including here at level 17 coming up. This one we need a strength point and the strong level up. So this one might be a tough one. But if there's anybody that's up to the challenge, it's gonna have to be Dan, because we've only got him. Just the one thief today. There goes our cash. Restock those. Get a couple of cabins. Lets me take some convenient saves just to set up an additional save spot while traveling around. Jive Turkey, thank you very much for resubscribing. Coming back for 7 months, and hope you're having a wonderful day here. Our Solo Thief Challenge in day number 2. We got the crown out of Marsh Cave today. We are not yet ready for Astos, but we're working on it. In fact, after this level up, we get to see how bad Astos is gonna be. I'm thinking he's gonna be pretty bad. Thinking he might be, in fact, pretty awful. Alright, 320. That should put us within like 5 ogres? 6 ogres. 6 ogres to go. There's 4 ogres left. Why are we doing this version? Well, we did the NES Solo Thief no class change for the last season. I figured this one would be a good one to show off the differences without being too easy. If you play on the GBA or PSP version, I don't know if I'd want to do it in a single sitting, but certainly Solo Thief in 2 days wouldn't be hard. You'd be able to get through a pretty decent chunk of the game in one 6-hour block. Whereas PlayStation, this one is still pretty close in spirit to the NES version, with most of the bug fixes, the ability to save anywhere, a really increased encounter rate, and overall, very nice graphics and sound. Gonna maximize levels. We are gonna get level 50, but it's not gonna be as statistically perfect. We just don't need to be. Like, we can pretty much ignore the vitality points, get the strong level ups instead. If we miss a little bit of strength post Astos, then we could just use the power glove. If we miss a little bit of agility post Astos, we can just use some more defense swords. And since you can save anywhere to retry boss fights, even if you're not like completely perfect, and it takes, 10 tries to kill a boss instead of 2 tries. Well, you don't have to repeat the dungeon, so 10 tries to kill a boss is maybe 10 minutes. Alright, 300 XP to go. That is a little more than an ogre and a half left. And we will see how tough this level up is. This one is one of the harder ones. Strength and strong lopes are the two things we care about, and we have to do them both at the same time. Alright, first try is not a strong level up and not a strength point, so definitely not taking that one. If I had to pick, would I take strength or would I take the strong level up? That's a tough call. I think strength pre-Astos might be more useful. Like, you'll hit that 999 mark. Very guaranteed. Whereas strength points, those could be, right now, pretty significant. Alright, number 2. Didn't get either. Seven hours from Bicky to Astos, if we're lucky. It was quite a bit longer than this on the NES version. And we haven't even tried Astos yet. It might be that we need to get like another 4 levels before we can beat him. Is it easier with one character? No. It is definitely harder. If you had more than one character, you wouldn't need to really min-max level up so hard. Well, you probably at least want to get one of the characters pretty good. And 1-2 Brock, thank you very much for resubscribing. Learning PSP and the encounter rate is crazy. Yep, it has a higher encounter rate compared to the NES version. You're seeing that here as well. All the remakes increase the encounter rate a lot, and all you can do is just save scum a bunch. Save scum or run away quickly. How hard is this without the resets? With a real party, it's not that bad doing it with no memo save. Solo Thief would be real bad. Alright, here we go. And neither point showed up. As is a nightmare for most solo classes, I think that the Thief's the only one that really struggles. Fighter you can just pound away, Black Belt you can just pound away. Like Black Belt, it's not very long between when you can kill Bicky and when you can kill Astos. Just takes a long time to kill Bicky. Fighter can kill everybody really quickly. Red Mage, Black Mage, you've got Fire 2, and a couple casts of that'll kill him, so like, not really much of a challenge. White Mage with Mute and Ruse. It will hurt your hands a lot, holding the button down that long, but eventually you'll be able to hammer him. And so really only Thief has this gigantic roadblock. And only Dan has no stat points. We confirmed the critical rate. No way to confirm it. But it does seem like they're critting more often than we saw yesterday. Which might mean that we were missing on the critical hits. You can get a critical miss, so maybe now with the slightly higher accuracy, we're not seeing that happen as much. And no points. Why is the encounter rate so high? Some of it is kind of perception. Like when you can dash, you're going to hit the encounters very quickly because you're moving twice as fast, but the base encounter rate also is doubled. It's like, you know, just walking around the overworld here, you get more encounters. And it might just be because they want it to have, like, more action happening. You know, rather than the speed of the NES game where you're waiting a little while in between events. Like, you can walk for a little bit, you get a slow fight, you walk for a bit, you get a slow fight. This is a lot more rapid, like, okay, here's the next thing, here's the next thing, here's the next thing. Dan, no points. Yeah, black belt for the first couple levels is just hideously bad. But they got two things happening. They're getting more and more defense. Because every level up, they get basically the equivalent of one defense point. So by the time they hit like level 10 or 12, it's not that far off from a silver bracelet. And on offense, they're getting one attack point every level. And again, that doesn't sound like much, but once they start damage breaking the monsters, that will rapidly accelerate. Especially when they go to 4, 6, or 8 attacks per round. So they just have these wild growth curves. And Dan has no points. More fun to have fewer, tougher encounters. That's probably true for the most part of the randomizer. Grinding through the big bulk encounters is mostly about, do you have an AoE spell or item? Whereas the really punishing and challenging ones, those are the ones that you have to kind of think about, like, how do you beat the Phantom at level 5? And it makes you work really hard. First AoE item is the Zeus Gauntlet in Ordeals. That's why you go to Ordeals on Solo Thief, even though you don't need class change. No points. Get that Zeus Gauntlet before Ice Cave. Although in this version, it might not be necessary. You know, if you don't have to do any of the random encounters, that means you don't have to worry about the wizards. You might still need Zeus to kill the eye. Trying to think about, like, can you damage him with that saber? I bet you could. Especially with the save anywhere, so you can redo the fight if it, you know, ends up badly. But the thing is, you can also kind of cheese through Ordeals pretty quickly. I think you just go ahead and get the Zeus and probably the gold bracelet. Get those knocked out. Alright, Dan. No points. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a painful one if we want to get both of those at the same time. We have yet to see either the strong level or strength. Strength I'm not surprised by, strong level I am surprised by. The most we've needed has been 7 tries. And we'll need more tries than this, because we got no points. I'm gonna guess that strong level ups are either 1 in 4 or 1 in 5, and that stat points are probably 1 in 10. Just an estimate. No points. One day, Dan. One day you'll do this. And no points. Do buses have more HP? Chaos has double. I don't think anybody else has an increase. I want to say all of the fiends are the same. GBA, they doubled the other bosses and gave Chaos 20,000 instead of 2,000. But I think this version is Chaos 4,000, everybody else normal. Oh yeah, if Astos had more HP, then we would be in for some pain. At least Garland was normal, so no difference there. I don't think the wizards ever doubled. The vampire doubled, which made it annoying in Mirage Tower on GBA. Which makes the vampire actually pretty tough to kill for experience going through there. Cure 4 only does 9999 Meppy, so he doesn't heal the full 20,000. And no points for Dan. Vampires have more than Whiz Vamps. I mean, Whiz Vamps just hit harder and have a lot of defense, but probably they'd have about the same HP. And Dan would have no points. Two hours for level up, certainly early on. And there was that one level that took a long time. I don't know if that was 30, but probably in the 20s somewhere. There's the strong level up, but no strength point. We'll take the backup save here. If we can't get them both, think about which of the two that we want to prioritize. We'll be able to reload and get the strong level whenever we want to. Seriously, that should not be that hard for the strong level up. I think we just got an unlucky streak on that. Strength, on the other hand, that one... I think we're still unlucky for it. Should have seen it at least once by now. Strength more important? I think it is. I think that HP we can, max out at 36 instead of 35 or whatever the last level is. We have such a big buffer that HP should never be the limiting factor for really any of the decisions. Now, one thing we have done so far in this playthrough is given up a couple of agility points, which maybe I will regret later. But no going back on those. We got what we got. Strength so far has been perfect. And that one's got no points. Still haven't seen strength a single time here. I think it's about 20 minutes of rerolls to just get that one strong level up. And no points. I mean, time's another factor. It's way less worthwhile to do, a 2-hour level grind in these circumstances. You have to get one extra level pre-Astos. That is probably better. Because you can almost definitely get a level in, 35, 40 minutes. Just another factor to consider there. There's a strong level up, an even better one, and no strength point. Alright, we'll record the 30. That beats out our previous one. And we will give strength... Let's give strength 10 minutes. If by 9:10 on the clock we do not have a better level up than that, we will take plus 30. No strength point. Does luck help with crits? Nope. It is just your weapon. And our weapons are not very good. Alright, Dan, this is the one. This is the one that gets you all the points. Got a strong level up. And the strength point. There it is. And the vitality point. Strong level up with a Savile. And Rian Demon, thank you very much for resubscribing. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day here. And enjoy our Final Fantasy adventure. You just have to believe. You just have to believe in the power of the Dan. What does luck help with? Getting first strikes in battle. I think that's the only thing luck does on this version. And yes, that's definitely true. But it's possible luck does increasingly play a role in things. And then probably like GBA or PSP, it's changed again. Less useful for skipping fights? Yeah, because you can skip any runnable encounter anyway with the memo saves. Now it's kind of nice having the the first strikes, because those you could just run away from and not have to reload your save. But it's still, like, pretty minor compared to the NES one. Right over to Northwest Castle. Let's see how bad Astos is gonna be. I'm thinking he's gonna be real bad. Like, not just kind of bad, but Power Glove kind of bad. Hey, Avon Chaos, welcome in. And yeah, maybe I'm planning to check the grind spot afterwards. That is the secondary thing that we will have for this trip. And I would believe either outcome for the grind tile, whether it exists or doesn't exist on this version. I would bet against it existing on GBA and PSP, but PlayStation, because there's a lot more overlap with the NES version, it's a possibility. Couple ogres on our trip here. It's a little bit less wasted than if we had walked over for no benefit. Spending so much money on these potions. Not even getting the nice 30 HP recovery that the NES version has. Alright, close enough. I can put my save down at. We can see how bad Astos is gonna be. Hey Vegeta, welcome in. Theatris. We are level 17, and we are going to see what this guy is up to. First thing you have to do is survive the rub. That's going to be about a 40% chance. Dan did not survive the rub. Try again! Kinda wish I could save in the middle of this cutscene. Just save some time on these attempts. Like I said, I'm estimating about a 40% success rate. Maybe 50 at this level for the rub survival. Dan doing some damage, that's a surprise. And Dan's dead. mean, the rub animation is just like... It's so, like, the emotions that you experience. Hoping. Desiring. Pleading for it to go well, and then no. Then it just falls over. The rub failed in 300 hit points, that is XXXX. Which you will not see until the eye fight. This is a pure magic defense check. And Dana's not very good at it. We actually don't want Astos to melee at the start. Like, we just want to see the rub happen. And once we get past it, then he can melee. Okay. Damn it past it. 4 damage. 5. Gotta dodge the slow now. That's a really good start. 7 damage, if only we could hit him. If only we could hit him. 9. $10. Gotta dodge another slow. Did not dodge. 11. 12. Dan, take a nap. That's the rub. 13. Spell order is the same as NES. $37 first crit. 38. $39. First punch. Second punch. 40. $41. Still 41. $42. Officially 1/4 of the way through the fight. Dan fell asleep. Dodge 3 per Dan. Dodge. Respectable. Alright, he just needs to hit for like 100 damage here. Not quite. It was very close, very close. Alright. There's our baseline. That's about 50 damage on it. So here's the deal. We saw a lot of 1s. If we start seeing non-1 values on those hits, then the number of crits you need would go way down. And that's where the levels are going to come in. 2. Dan's dead. Our potions band doesn't really help. Two damage. Seems to like the spells even more on this version. 75% on NES. Dan's in there. 4 damage. Six damage. Still 6. Well, there goes his attacks. 8. I think NES we got like 6 crits. Here's 1 crit. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. Thought we might even not get around to the second rub. $64. New high score. $68. Good try, Dan. Good try. So 68 is our best so far. We'll give Astos one more really serious try, and then we'll get some levels. What level's Dan? 17. This is 4 levels lower than we did the NES Astos fight. 26, that's a good first round. Come on, Dan, dodge that Reaper. Dan did not dodge. He did not dodge. Those first couple rounds are huge for the double attacks. Like, you're gonna get more attempts in if you can dodge that first slow than like the entire rest of the fight. Six. I think he's got 168 health. Yeah, 168 HP. Yeah, NES Dan dodged the slow. And then he got like 4 or 5 crits in the first couple of turns. That was the one that did it. That was not the one. Free first round, but it doesn't help us if we don't dodge the Reaper or get crits. 6 damage. Here's the rub. Got the dodge. 7. Here's the slow. And we got hit, but we got a crit. 34. 35. Call this the serious attempt. 36. Still 36. 38. 39. Still 39. Not a good pair of turns there. What's Mazzy defense based off your level? And third attempt, 39. All right. Of the 3 tries, best was 68. That's a little bit better than I expected, actually, for level 17 here. But probably not going to be good enough for the time being. So we're going to see if there is the mini Peninsula power out here. Because so that would really help our grinding. It's kind of annoying to get to. Pretty far away from Elfland, so you have to eat a lot of potions. And yet level 16 is when the tarantulas start running. So those are going to get tougher. We have one more level before our ogres start running, and then it gets scary. It should be this square. That is not a Melmond area fight. Equipment is everything. I think one of the big things is that these are just very bad. This is also not a Melmond area fight. I'm going to say that Peninsula Power does not exist anymore for this particular one. The other kind of out of their idea we have, besides Shadows in Top of Marsh, Mucks and Werewolves at the bottom, was trying to beat Frost Wolves. Because that's a fight that is very intriguing. This is a little bit further to the west. Pretty sure it's not this one, though, for the square. Trying to translate the maps, because they don't look the same for the overall layout. You just kind of have to eyeball and guess what square is what. Good map somewhere. Need more zooming. It might be further down the coast. I can maybe believe it's these tiles for how it translates out. This is the marsh area one. So it's basically at the bottom edge of the forest to the west. So maybe this one. Let's see if we got it. Well, this isn't the right one, but in the base game, what happened was it is walking off of the tile is what gets you the encounter, not walking onto it. But I think this is the square that should line up with the Melmond Zone Peninsula Power, if you are correct. It looks weird because it's further to the east than the stuff above us. So that seems kind of wrong. Hey, not Jim Bacchus. Welcome back for 9 months and your shiny new orb. And hope you're having a wonderful day here. That looks like it. Let's see, what else can we line up geography-wise? So the tip of the mountain peninsula is way too far to the south. So that's not it. Yeah, I think it would have to be this square. But what they've done is they've bumped out the coastline north of us, which makes me think this is not going to be the Peninsula Power tile anymore. Unless they did something really funky with the encounter assignments. Steal the key! That would be wrong. Alright, Runeseeker, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams to you. Up that one. Try it one tile south. Oops, still zone from Elfland area here. More successful between a fighter soloing Chaos at 17 or a thief soloing Astos at 17. Well, we kind of have to beat Chaos with a fighter at level 17 in the speedrun. To give you a sense of likelihoods. Am I gonna play Strange to the Paradise? Not on stream, Solar Spark. And how many more levels to Astos? We have tried Astos a couple times. Out of 3 tries that were serious, best was 68 damage. And yes, we did it in 4 more levels from now. If you want to take that as a reference point. How much HP? Astos has 168 hit points. Pretty sure that is not from the Melmon zone as well. So I'm going to say Melmon Peninsula Power does not exist in this version of the game. I've tried all the likely candidates for where the square could be. Even accounting for the 50-50 nature of whether you're walking onto it or off of it. And I am not seeing anything for that. So that one's out. And so we got 1 more level before the Ogres run. We're gonna have the Arachnids running now, which is already a bit of a pain. We have as our potential options, Shadows at Top of Marsh Cave. They don't give you a lot of experience, but you can get a lot of them. And they don't do much damage. Mucks at the bottom. Mucks and werewolves are both really good fights down there. We tried doing those for a little bit when we got the crown. And I think we got about 2/3 of a level on 1 pile of potions. which then we can't really keep doing that because we run out of cash. Another potential option, and this one's really out there, is to see if we could beat fur wolves on the real Peninsula Power. And I have no idea about our odds of success on that, but it's at least an exciting one because it's definitely off the wall. Is there better equipment? No. There is no better equipment for the Thief. The Thief is really, really awful. Fur wolves are supposed to be 25% for their frost. And so I think it'll come down to how many attacks does it take to kill a fur wolf? And can you get lucky for like 5 or 6 turns if they don't all gang up on you? Do they drop enough cash? Good question. If you're getting more XP per battle, it may be less of a problem. Like, at most, you're going to have to heal all of your HP. Which right now is like 20 potions, 25 at most. Let's see, 200 gold a pop. That's 3 potions per fur wolf, so probably doesn't pay for itself. But that's a problem for science later on. Is there extra thief equipment? Nope, there is no items in this version that was not in the original. It wasn't until GBA that they added a whole bunch of stuff to it. Otherwise, we'd be beating Astos in like 35 minutes. GBA is just completely different for difficulty. Alright, so this is our experiment to see if fur wolves are viable. Because if these things are, then probably we can get to a couple levels without really much struggle. We've done all the extra bosses in PSP. Yes, if you look at the challenge runs, one is PSP all bosses. Doing every single one of the options in the 4 bonus dungeons plus Cornadia. We should have done a regular safe back at Provoke because we didn't have to cross that ocean again. Travel is not friendly to our thief here. Till we have the airship and we can sail around with all these random encounters. It is a slog getting anywhere. So what I will do is tent here. At least we don't have to walk back from Peninsula Power to Provoke if it goes badly. Just like 4 steps on a dock. It's so nice. Almost there. Let the wolf hunt begin. So we need specifically the fur wolf battle. Probably not anywhere close to anything else like giants. Kinda doubtful. Surprisingly taking less damage on these things than on wizards. Two is the minimum also, so you're not going to get better than this for a setup. And looks like we are going to not get even one down. So yeah, giant's not really possible. Tyro, definitely probably not possible. Nope. Soul Giant, sure, but cannot get that here. Have to be by Crescent Lake for it. Four Giants flexing. And Sugar Frosted coming back for 32 months. I hope you're having a wonderful day here, Sugar Frosted, and enjoy our solo thief adventures. We are trying to bait out some fur wolves. There's 5 of them. Let's see how well we do. They hit really hard. Not good start. It's 3-7. Okay, so if we get 4 hits in, we can kill 1. 3 wolves, maybe. I want to give it a couple tries to see if we can do better on a wolf attack. That 1 hit's so bad. Just so brutal getting not enough damage to kill it in 2 rounds. Well, that was better. 80 is an improvement. Killing 2, so 3 looks possible. If Dan could ever get a double on the first hit. If only, Dan. If only. We need the attack power, Doctor. I mean. So it's not completely impossible, just really, really hard looking. So is it worth it, knowing that you're gonna have to do like a bunch of resets to get the combat started? I'm leaning towards no. Considering that a fur wolf's worth 2 ogres. and you maybe get it like 1 out of 20, 1 out of 30 for the tries on it, that probably doesn't make sense. Basically 6 ogres there. So in, 20 tries. He is yet to get a double on the first hit of a Furwolf. What is going on, Dan? Yeah, that's a pretty bad start. One more crack at it. If we had any signs of getting, like, one-shotting him, then it would get real interesting. As it is, Dan has an accuracy problem. Also a frostbite problem. How far did 3 hits? 19 levels? No, 9 levels. 9 levels to go. In other words, no, we are not getting 3 hits. NES Astos, wasn't it like 15 hours or so? I feel like NES Astos was during the 3rd day. For Zombles, maybe solo Zomble. That would be a tough one to get though. It's a 1 in 12 to get a solo on that formation. And any trolls are gonna just wreck you really hard. Alright, so if Peninsula Power doesn't pan out, and if the Melmond Mini Power does not pan out, I think we are looking at the Marsh Cave play as being our best hope once ogres start to run. So from that regard, the science is helpful here. If the thief had a better weapon, it would be very different for this. Like, if you could get the coral sword or rune sword early, even a silver knife or a falchion, you would cut a bunch of levels off of this. 1 wyvern? 15's not a lot of damage. 53 is decent. I think wyvern is the rare spawn though, so you are not going to see a lot of these. Oh, damn, the misses! You were doing so well, Dan. And that was worth 1,100 experience. Okay, that was almost 6 ogres worth of XP. 50 gil. 50 gil for that. But I will definitely say Peninsula Power, not really likely. It turns out there is not money in chicken wings today. Yeah, at least Wyvern meant we didn't go home empty-handed. Wyvern's a little bit less XP than a 3 for Wolf Battle would have been. A little bit more than a solo giant would have been. And we got to see that there is something at Peninsula Power that you can kill, but it's so uncommon. That at this level, just not worth trying it. If you want an interesting one, Shark has a lot of experience. It's another one of those monsters that give you extremely poor gold, but Shark is like 1 1/3 ogres. And not that uncommon, but the ocean encounters are not a lot of fun for the most part. Still, we might play around with them. I imagine at level 17 you're hitting Shark pretty regularly. Just have to see how many of them are infested with Sahags. I don't think a Sahag is going to run quite at this level. But soon, maybe. Soon it would. Shark double Arsa here. This is probably worth quite a lot. I imagine this one's got some good value. We get 477, so that's a bit more than two ogres. That's like 2.5 ogres. Might be a reasonable choice once the ogres start getting skittish. Can we grind Agamas? Yes, we will be able to grind Agamas with Solo Thief. Because we can take our level ups in dungeons with the Solo Thief in this setup. Can also grind Eyes. Might try grinding the same Sea Shrine monsters we did on NES. There's a lot of possibilities. All of which involve beating Astos. That's kind of the problem here. They all rely on us getting to the other side of that Astos fight. Also Lich, and maybe some other things, but primarily Astos. Alright, so that was mostly a science hour that we did. Now we are back to the grind time. We're level 17. We have 22 ogres worth of experience to get to 18. It's at about half the level with the science on the side. Was this a bridge loot start? We tried to skip the loot, but unfortunately the princess did not let us go lootless. Still like in north a little bit better. And still not outspeeding wolves. Kind of surprised that we're not fast enough to go ahead of more of these monsters. It does have a completely different turn order system in this version. Well, you notice that your speed is more significant of a factor for a lot of things as opposed to just being whether or not you can dodge an attack. Yep, Carrie has 1.001 Agamas worth of experience. If you're short an Agama, Carrie is a great substitute. Not only are Agos worth a lot of experience, they do contain more thiamine than an entire forest. Also, yes, Agos could probably beat Astos. Almost certainly. For one, they do enjoy a good rub. Does this version have cobwebs in the Melmondin? This version, I believe, does accurately depict the rundown and ramshackle nature of the town of Melmond in disturbing detail. Another ogre down. 15 left. Let's see my Agma fact of the night. Oh, that high quality Agma feed definitely has a lot of vanadium. What does Dan have? He's got a copper bracelet, a cap, and gloves. Also a mysteriously spicy odor. There's 2 more ogres down. And very soon we'll be going into ogre time. Not too many ogres left before we have to start worrying about runaways. And I think at level 18 it's not going to be immediately all that painful. Like if we target the ogres first, and it takes 2 rounds to kill an ogre, then we can likely get most of them before they panic. But it just gets harder and harder from there. Hello, Isaiah, welcome in. We are doing a solo thief challenge tonight. This one on the PlayStation. Peninsula Power, I mean, we were not that close to taking out a Frostwolf pack ever. I think maybe we've had a 3 Frostwolf group, which is going to be like a 20% chance. Then there'd be a slight possibility. We killed the Solo Wyvern, but that's going to be super rare. I want to say Wyvern is the 1 in 64 encounter in that zone. And then you also have to get a solo instead of getting 2 or 3 of them. Double Giant, we weren't really close. Even with like 1 less attack required to kill the Double Giant, we would be nowhere able to take out the second one. So I don't know if there's anything at Peninsula Power that really opens up much. We know that the triple muck fight in Marsh Cave is totally possible. We know the shadows in Marsh are totally possible. Both of those enemies stick around well past the ogres. Yeah, Silver Burst, it requires the key. There's so many things that are blocked by Astos. And that's why this is such a gigantic bottleneck for this challenge. We get to the other side of Astos. It is probably faster to Chaos than a lot of this point up until now. Like, that's how big of a disparity it is. Still not quite consistently one-shotting the creeps, but they're starting to much more consistently run away. Yeah, this is the PlayStation version. GBA, we'd be done with the game by now. Even with Solo Thief, GBA is going to be extremely faster to get through it. Just the fact that you can get the bolts off of the 15 puzzle means you're basically doing the Wizards and Astos, like level 5. It's not even in the same ballpark. The only big downside of GBA is end of the game you're beating Chaos with 20,000 hit points. And that is definitely a bit tougher. But you would have, you know, an item for the 15 puzzle that let you cast haste on yourself, so that's doubling your damage. Speed drinks for more damage per round. Power Glove doesn't really change the individual hit damage, but Speed Drink will give you more attacks per round for it. So overall, it's probably not that much worse doing 20,000 health on GBA compared to 4,000 here on PSX. Oh yeah, and the stat changes. GBA, you get to have double accuracy with a Thief. So your attacks per round are so much higher on that version. You start out with 2 hits with a Rapier, and that actually for a very short period of time makes the Thief do more damage than a fighter at the beginning of the game. Hey TFW, we have gotten the crown. We've gotten 3 levels so far tonight, working on level number 4. And we gave us just a couple of tries. Best was 68 damage done, which he's got 168 health, so still pretty far off. Each level that we get here probably does increase our Astos damage by like maybe 5 or 10 points. And it doesn't sound like much, but it does make a really big difference for how many criticals do you need. Yeah, I think 6 was the best without a crit. You're almost always going to do 1s. But at the very top end range, you've got maybe a 20% chance of doing better than 1 damage, and it's going to be 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 for those additional ones. Get a point of strength. Suddenly it is a little bit better and a little bit more likely that you're beating 1s out, and then another point, another point, another point. And at that point, you know, now you're talking about maybe doing 12 damage, and even when you're not getting the crits, you might still be averaging more like 3 or 4 per round. And considering we can last that fight for a long time, there's a chance it works out. We definitely had more than just the one time with the damage break. Like, I saw a couple of 2s, It's just that it's very uncommon right now. And that's what the levels will fix. Magic defense increases. It should be 2 magic defense per level, I think, for a thief. Yeah, 2 magic defense per level. Essentially, every level up is going to decrease the spells by 1% for working. Yeah, it's not nothing. Like, you have to survive probably at least 2 rubs. So those are going to be the big ones. It's really nice if you can survive a slow. But if Estus is going to be as aggressive with spells as it seems like he is in this version, he's 75% in the NES, and it feels like more on this one. But it might just be that we had a small sample size. It doesn't take long for him to go from the slow 2 to the slow 1. So can you really dodge both of them consistently? That's where it's like, that's tough. Oh yeah, he attacked a couple times. The very first time we got deep into it, he was just like nothing but spells. But the other 2 times, he had probably that 25% attack rate. I think we just had a fluke with the very first one. Alright, is this level 18 for the first time? Yes, it is. We're looking for an agility point. Nice to have. Give it a couple tries. Agility, I can probably sacrifice a bit more than strength right now. So I don't want to have to put too many attempts into it. Each point of agility is like a 0.5% better dodge rate on basically every physical attack. And since we can save scum the random encounters, and we can retry bosses if we need to, other than the really long fights, it's not essential. 27? No agility. Also be good to get the top end of the range. 30 should be the max HP here. If I see one of those, I might save that level up in case we bail out. And it gets 30. No agility point. So this will be the backup one. We'll use our memory card save to store it. And let's say 5 tries to get the agility up. .5% crit. That's the NES amount. And it should be like 5% for the scimitar. That's why we're using the saber. This is 28, no agility. But what I don't know is how accurate those values are. Because it feels like we're critting less than that. That is something that's really tough to measure. Hey, old man Zethus. We are going to periodically try Astos. Our first crack at him was level 17. And we got 68 points of damage on our best of 3 tries on him. So maybe like every 2 level ups, we'll give him another try, see how it's progressing. I would guess that we'll be very serious going around level 21. That's what we did the NES Astos at. And well, it took a bunch of tries. You know, it's at least seemingly reasonable that by that level be in good shape. Alright, Dan 29 and no agility point. Just a couple tries at our level 18 agility here. Yeah, definitely for randomness, you're looking at how many of the early spells can you dodge? Gotta dodge the rub, that's guaranteed to be a problem otherwise. But can you dodge the slow 1, the slow 2, maybe the sleep spell? This version you actually have to dodge the fog spell, which will cause darkness and decrease your accuracy a bit. So those can be a very significant swing for damage on an attempt. 30 and no agility point. Let's give it 3 more tries. We've seen FF Origins. Yeah, we probably are not going to be doing any of the new Final Fantasy stuff. There is a bunch of things Square is putting out, none of which looks super well polished. But for anybody that's interested in those, definitely wait to get it. I wouldn't pre-order them, but give them another check once they are ready. See if they've improved. As far as I can tell, the stat gains are a little bit rarer than the NES one. NES is 25%. These seem like they're maybe 10%. But you have a nice thing, which is that every level you can get a strong level up, which means vitality is not really important. And you'll be able to max the thief's HP at like level 35. And that'll be a really big deal for later. 27, no agility. Yeah, because this is the original Final Fantasy on PlayStation. This was the very first remake in the US market. Japan had one for the Wonder Swan handheld, and it's very similar to this version as well. And a couple years after that, they made the GBA version. That's a major overhaul. So GBA and PSP are very different than NES and PlayStation for how they play. Alright, Dan, 27 and no agility point. Without save scumming, would this still be longer than NES? Well, without save scumming, it would definitely be longer. I think this is going to be shorter than the NES version, because the end of the game is going to go so much better. And pre-Astos, it's going to be very similar, it looks like, for the total time for pre-Astos. We're ahead of pace of the NES. Not by a lot, by a little bit. And I very much expect that post-Astos, or specifically post-Airship, it's going to go really much faster. 28. No agility. Give Dan one more try. One more, Dan. Ninja spells well about that. It's kind of a no class change challenge. Also, Ninja is post-Astos, where it's already going to be at least reasonable to deal with things. Yeah, Dragon Quest III Remake is more promising. I think that the Dragon Quest team has a lot more people involved with it that are basically around since the early games came out, and so they kind of understand them a lot better. Like, even the most recent Dragon Quest, so look at Dragon Quest XI. There's direct tie-ins to, like, the Dragon Quest III storyline. There's a lot of overall similarities in the monsters, in the music, in the art style, in, like, a lot of the questing, to be honest. Like, since Dragon Quest III came out, they've been very consistently reusing a lot of pieces from past games in the series. Whereas Final Fantasy is like, every game in the series kind of has like a completely separate team that's done it. Well, Dan did not get his agility point. What a shame. Fortunately, we have banked this one with 30 HP gain. So we'll take this for our level 18. And we will start to work on level 19. 62 ogres. Are we getting the Masamune? Yes. We will get a sword upgrade. That's the only sword upgrade the thief gets after the coral sword. Definitely worth it for chaos. It's too bad you only have it for 2 battles, but it's still something. One thing to really watch for is these ogres can now run away. We've hit level 18. We're going to see how bad it gets for the runs. And if it starts being the case that we just can't get the ogre experience anymore, we've already vetted that bottom of marsh, mucks and werewolves are going to be where we go next. Takes a little bit longer to get there and back for refilling your heal potions. It's costly refilling them, but at the same time it is going to be monsters that will not run away. This level coming up. So level 19, guaranteed sale for the stats. We don't care about vitality. We do want the strong level up, but those seem to be still 1 in 4s. So I think level 19 will be really fast to get. And maybe we'll do another Astos try at 19 to see how it looks. You know, put in 3 credible attempts and see if we can beat that high score of 68 damage. How much would class change help? For the NES version, it would help a lot. Because that is a lot more defense and a lot more weapon for a big chunk of the game. And it was not bad for everything except for Astos. Post when you'd be able to class change. So there's a while where it doesn't do much, but at Temple of Fiends, it does a lot. This version, since we have the Power Glove, and we have Memo Save, it's probably a bit of a time save, but maybe less than 2 or 3 hours difference. Just kind of a guess, like, it's a trade-off, like how quickly you can get that level 30 to 50 grind done. And maybe you save a couple rounds in the boss fights, but most of the time is going to be in just leveling slightly faster. Oh yeah, this version, I'm not worried about the end game. Like that's a very big difference compared to NES. NES, it was about this hard, maybe a bit harder to do the beginning. Like I think we got, in one night, the same number of levels as NES got in 2 nights for day 1 and 2. And we're probably still a little bit faster. Like, by the end of day 2, we will be where the NES was at day 3. But NES had that really brutal ending stretch. And that is where this version is gonna just be like, nope, we are not worried about that. But Astos we are worried about. And how long it takes to get lucky on him. Amazing how bad Astos is, only for this character. Black Belt actually is tougher to get past Bicky. But then by this point it gets a lot better. And Fighter, Red Mage, White Mage, Black Mage, they all kind of sail through the opening game. White Mage and Black Mage really, really slow down late game. They have a very punishing stretch at the end. Their leveling is much harder. They get fewer stat points, so you have to work harder to manipulate the good stat rolls overall. But except for Thief, everybody gets past Astos within like... Well, maybe not Black Belt, but everybody else gets past him within like, 2 or 3 hours. The beneficial to class change at low levels. The class change should be done by level 42, which is definitely not a low level. Doesn't matter anything up until then. Exactly the same, but after level 42 you start losing spell slots permanently. And Peninsula Power, we tried Peninsula Power a little bit. One of the theories was, could we beat Furwolves? That's the one fight up there that seemed like it might be doable. And we were close, but not really looking overly promising. I was able to kill a Wyvern, and that's actually a nice fight, but they're super rare. So I don't think Peninsula Power is going to happen pre-Astos. And as far as post-Astos, I'm gonna guess that Crescent Lake's a better spot to grind at until Lich. Problem is without AoE items, Peninsula Power has got like a much tougher fight there, whereas Crescent Lake, you got a town nearby to restock on. You've got more manageable encounters like Solo Giant instead of 3 or 4 giants. So you could grind a Peninsula Power, but it wouldn't be as optimal as Crescent Lake. Another ogre down. See how we're doing after this. Feels like we got a pretty big chunk of that level. We still have 47 ogres to go. So that's about a third of it. Improved by stealing. The only thing the thief in this game steals is our hearts. I mean, really, this is almost entirely down to gear. Everybody else either has spells to do damage, or they have weapons and armor that they can use to be able to melee things. And the thief has neither, and it won't get anything for basically the whole game. Just completely left out of all upgrade paths. Yeah, like if right now you had the short sword, which is typically what the fighter gets right away at Provoca. It's kind of a hybrid of the Scimitar Saber. Got the better damage, but the better accuracy together at the same time. It's like, okay, yeah, now you're talking about a little bit better for this stretch. Maybe something like the Flame Sword or Ice Sword after you get to those parts of the world, and then it's like, okay, now you've got something that it's not going to do a lot of damage, but at least you're not doing ones. And on the armor side, it's kind of everybody got funneled into the bracelets. You're either a fighter or you're kind of hosed for armor. And it's not just the thief that's got a problem. They're like, everybody that's not a fighter gets the same thing, which is the opal bracelet, the ribbon, the pro cape. Well, Black Belt doesn't get the pro cape, but Black Belt's able to one-shot everything, so they don't need armor. And so, like, there's no, like, uniqueness other than, hey, that fighter's got all this cool stuff, all these swords, all of this gear. Just share a little. Just share. Ninjas are basically off-brand fighters. Like, they have nothing on knights. Fighter has got almost the same equipment that a ninja can use. And fighter's got better stats, but ninja's got the fast spell. So, they get a little bit of help from that. What is the Black Belt natural armor better than the opal bracelet? Level 35. And if you put the pro ring on there and the ribbon on as well, they'd be level 44 to beat it. Which basically means the Black Belt probably should just keep the ribbon on if you want to go solo. get a little bit better magic resistance for only a very small cost of their physical absorb. Progressive daggers. Daggers are short swords. Like, I think that either of those would have been kind of a good theme. They went with mostly the long swords in the game, which I think is why the red mage can use them. Red mage is basically a bard. So, like, equipment-wise, they get a little bit of the starter armor, so they can go up to the chainmail side of things. And they can use the mithril armor. And they can use the long swords. And that's where kind of you get the distinction between what Red Mage gets, actually like okay-ish equipment, and what like the Thief and the company gets. Family dance. We're doing now. Okay, down to 39 ogres left. Still not had any ogres run away, which is nice. We are seeing more of the arachnids running. They started running at 16. Definitely seeing more of the asp running away. They ran at 14. And I think these creeps are either 13 or 14 for their minimum run level. And they're getting to be the point where it's like, maybe not 50-50, but close to it for their flee attempts. Except for this one. This one's just a jerk. One of the really nice touches about this game is just all the little detail things they put in, like the backgrounds on the different parts of the overworld. Like, those are way nicer than the basic NES backgrounds, but they took the same concept, which is that each zone type's gonna have like its own different playfield style for what the overall feel looks like. And they could have gone with something like generic. Just been like, alright, we're going to simplify and have one nice high quality one. But they actually kind of did a really good job like filling in a lot of these gaps. The music's great. That also definitely really stands out as an upgrade. If they had just worked on the controls, maybe a little bit more. That and the load times. The two things that hold this one back. Yeah, we did. Okay, so we need 32 more ogres to go. And there's another chunk done. And I got a pretty good pile of cash here. Not having to do the inn nearly as often. Don't have to buy lots of potions, so that could help us for doing those marsh cave dives. Because basically every trip to the marsh cave cost me 6,000 gold. And we might be lucky to make 1,000 or 2,000 back per trip there. And so obviously that's going to start causing problems. But if we can build up enough cash for 5 or 6 trips, that's probably 2 full levels worth of grinding. This version have the optional dungeons. That didn't start until the GBA version. Dawn of Souls is when they put in the 4 Fiend-aligned dungeons, which are actually refights of Final Fantasy 3, 4, 5, and 6 monsters. And then PSP, they kept all of those dungeons and also added the Labyrinth of Time and Chronadia, which is kind of like a completely different style of adventuring. Like it's a single shot, increasing difficulty the further you go down, with more and more restrictions placed on your characters. So that one's kind of meant to be more of like the ultimate challenge type of, you got one chance to run through it, and you restart at the beginning. Level ups have guaranteed stat boosts and random stats. This version has the same basic table for level ups as NES. It's got a lower chance of getting the stat points. So instead of 1 in 4, I think it's 1 in 10. But, and here's the really good news, you have a random chance of getting a strong level up even if it's not scheduled. So we are going to have all kinds of HP, which also makes vitality be not as important. And that's going to be just a big relief. Like you can have, like right now we got like 150, 175 more HP than the NES version would at this level. So this stretch of the game is going to be a little bit nicer. We will have 999 HP before like level 35 or so. And on NES, we maxed out. We got pretty close to 810, I want to say, which is not quite perfect, but very close to it. And it was a lot of fiddly level ups to get those to happen. So a lot of that goes away. Hey, Glacier Wolf, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day here. We've got Dan, the Solo Thief, back at it. He has gotten the crown. He has seen Astos. He got smoked by Astos, but he did see him. And once I get this level up for 19, we might give Astos another crack just to see how he's doing. This is our 6th level tonight. Which if we just did leveling, we'd probably already be like level 20 or 21 now. But I did some science to see like what's going to be good leveling strategies. And so now I got a lot more information for if anybody wants to do this in the future about a couple of things that do and do not work for leveling. Yeah, the extra HP is really nice for cutting down these in trips. Like, I probably even need to really heal at 200 hit points. We should be able to take even the Ogre Groger fight that amount of HP. But I'm doing it just for safety. I'm not sure if running away was quite accurately reflecting what may have happened, but Dan's body did find itself deposited outside. Snakes? Poison's gonna do more damage than like 3 fights would have. 5% per round on the poison, which is a very big increase compared to NES, which was just 2 damage. Didn't matter what your level was, didn't matter your max HP, just 2 damage per round. You basically ignore poison, and other than maybe at the very, very beginning of the game, it would never be a threat. Here it's actually kind of mean. Like, if you have a long fight, you definitely would have to, like, cure in battle to prevent leaking too much. Unintended bug? Well, regeneration not working was unintended. Monsters were supposed to regenerate in the NES version, and if you turned it on, they would regen too, just like an anti-poison tech. But in this version, I think it's 2.5% regen per round. And it's noticeable, but it's not really that significant, other than maybe on the Warmech fight. Original inns, yeah, original inns and shops were just, here's a menu. And you could quickly pop in and out. That is something that slows things down, is that there is this extra little bit that you have to go through for all of the shop transitions. Hey, Notorious907, welcome in. And Jarrett, thank you very much for those bits, which will definitely be going to the Melmond Relief Fund. Because if there's one thing that Melmond needs, and it needs a lot of things, it doesn't need a thief, but it does need relief. But definitely welcome into you, and I hope those of you coming in are ready for some intense thief action. Getting close to level 19 here. We're gonna give Astos another try at 19. See if after 3 attempts we are notably closer than we were at level 17. Also 20 more ogres to go for level up. Hey Boomstick, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day here. No ogres running. I wonder if monsters can't run until one after the level that they're supposed to. It certainly seems suspicious. But I can't remember a single arachnid running at 16. Or asp at 14 today. But I definitely saw creep running at 14, and their min level is 13. We've certainly seen asp and arachnid run since then. Maybe we'll see if ogre runs at 19. It's true, it also doubles the frequency that they run going up that one extra level, but at the same time, we're fighting a lot of these things. And dance. Completely damageless ogre. Even at these levels, that's not happening all too often. We're still taking frequently 3 rounds to kill an ogre. So it feels a little bit slower. Honestly, we're doing a lot of 2-round ogre fights at this level. That might just be Dan being rusty at sorting. See you later, creep. And see you later, creep. Hey, even a broken tool gets rusty. Thirteen ogres to go. Lots of walking and save spam. Basically, once we get the airship, we will have probably a solid hour of running around grabbing stuff. I can't get the black shirt, that requires beating a blue dragon. But we should be able to get the Thor hammer, we should be able to get the power glove, mage staff, basically everything else in the game. You don't even really need the Thor hammer, we got the Zeus gauntlet, and no inventory pressure. We'll at least get the mage staff and the power glove, and then go to town on leveling. Level 99 would be nice. Unfortunately, this is capped at 50, just like the NES version. And the reason that's problematic is because at level 50, you are nowhere near close to maxing out the stats of this character. So we have to min-max every single level up to just get as good as possible. Whereas if you could go to level 99 and had roughly the same stat growth, then you'd be easily able to kill everything. And I would take doing some extra levels at the end of the game over having to like re-roll these stat ups a whole bunch of times. there a PlayStation randomizer? There's a GBA one. I don't know if there's a PlayStation one. And other than the NES Final Fantasy, like, for Final Fantasy 1, I have never seen another randomizer that's anywhere nearly as functional. That seems to be the version that people that play Final Fantasy 1 have pretty much stuck to for randomizers. Kind of like for Final Fantasy 4. There is the Super Nintendo one. But any other version of Final Fantasy 4, you're not really going to have a quality randomizer experience. Yeah, definitely for the bug fixes. This is like the version where you draw upon a lot of the here's how NES should have done things to be actually correct. Or you can look at the Nintendo Power Strategy Guide, only $39.95. Hey Bison, welcome in. Yeah, we gave Astos a couple tries at 17, and it was not pretty. So now we're going for level 19 to see how well this version does. NES, we did it at 21. But there's enough version differences that it's really unclear whether Astos is going to be easier or harder. Like, PlayStation will have more HP. It'll have less agility. It'll have to deal with dark. Feels like rub hits more often. Feels like slow might hit less often. Like, all kinds of little things different. When did we do the Wizards? 16. We first tried Wizards at 12. We got really close on the very first attempt, but never got close again. 16 was like second or so try. So you could have probably done it at 14 or 15. But I would definitely say that it's not really worth doing the Wizards super early compared to Astos. So if you think that, Astos is going to be done at, level X, you don't need to do the Wizards until, 1 or 2 levels before that. Yeah, the easy mode is very different. You basically level twice as fast, you get twice as many level ups. Spell slots are really different. Like on easy mode, every single level you basically get a spell slot. So you will have, 50 casts of a spell by the end of the game. Whereas NES and normal mode max out at 9 casts of a spell. And we sometimes talk about how you're never gonna have enough nukes to get through the boss gauntlet. Well, with 50 casts of it, you'll have enough. Alright, how we doing? 4 ogres left to go. Nearly at it. This one, we need to manipulate the strong level up. But we have a sale guaranteed, so we don't need any stat points. 3 ogres left to go. Two and a half. Probably in a range where some encounters may push us over the top. Especially like a Groger fight right now. We want to try and get as close as we can. So that we can recycle the fights quicker. And of course, we get the Groger fight. This might be our first try, level 19. Can we get the strong level up here? Seems like it's a 1 in 4, maybe a 1 in 5 chance of strong level ups. And Dan says, not a strong level up. Try again, Dan. This will push us over 500 hit points. So I'm pretty sure we didn't have until well past Ice Cave being done on NES. It should be a little bit more than 1 ogre left. Means more things will push us over the level up. Ooh, really close to it. Let's see how we did for the final total here. 8 experience! Yes, very close to it. So be our baseline save here. Missed it by an imp and a third. I'm sure we can beat a Groger with this little HP. Gonna need some dodging. And some more crits. Dan needs a good level up. Nope. Another weak one. Yeah, there was a couple of really good strategy guides. The Final Fantasy one was really good. Super Mario Bros. 3 had a really good one. Like, if you wanted to actually understand how SMB 3 worked for, like, all of the matching puzzles and things, like, that would have been really good depth for that game. 0 for 3. I think Ninja Gaiden 2, wasn't that the very first one of those? Can't remember where that one was in the sequence. Alright, Dan, let's see. Try number 4. Will you get the strong level up? Nope. Try again. And Nescardality, thank you very much for the raid there. Hope you had a wonderful stream today. We are continuing on with our Solo Thief adventure here tonight. So far we have beaten the Wizards of the Marsh to get the crown. This is going to be our 5th level up tonight, I think. We're going to give Astos another crack after this. Astos was not really that kind to us at level 17. If we can get level 19 to give me a strong level up, we might see a little bit better result. Hey, OmniFlare, welcome in. And Nescard, thank you very much for the good wishes there. Our Ogre account probably is over 1,000 by now. There we go, 25 HP. It's not close to the maximum. In fact, I think this is the worst strong level up, but I will take it, and we take the sale. So that is 506 hit points at level 19. Still easily on pace to get 999 by the time we hit probably level 35 or so. And so that means we don't have to care about vitality points. We do, though, have to care about getting past Astos, and he is the biggest roadblock for our Solo Thief. We get past him. There's some tricky stretches afterwards, but nowhere close to this hard. For Astos, yep, we'll do like 5 credible tries. We did 3 credible tries the first time out. 68 was the most damage we managed to do. He's got 168 hit points, so that is decently far away. We're gonna give Dan 5 more credible tries, and we'll see where he goes. I bet he's gonna land somewhere around 100. But that'll be about it. I don't think we're gonna do it, but I think that he's gonna break triple digits. Oh, and there's our very first ogre running away. So yeah, level 19. It seems consistent that you don't see the enemies running away in this version until one after they would on the NES version. I wonder if they just changed like a comparison check to be greater than rather than greater than or equal to for like the morales. It's like the 3rd or 4th monster we've seen that happen to. Of course, the big thing that means is that if level 19 is not enough, ogres are going to be less reliable for our grinding. We have to go to Marsh Cave. Hey, Hey, DW. We did some science at Peninsula Power. We managed to kill a wyvern. We couldn't kill furwolves, and we couldn't kill giants. So the conclusion was that Peninsula Power is not really practical for a thief. It's kind of a shame. I was really hoping furwolves would maybe be doable. When's Astos? When we get there, Solar Spark. We tried to get the Melmont Peninsula. It doesn't exist. At least as far as I can tell. We looked at like 3 or 4 squares that could possibly be it. The map's different in this version, so visually it doesn't really line up well, but I went to a couple of likely candidates and none of them turned up the Melmont area monsters. Yeah, that would have been a great spot right now to have Grogers, Hyenas. Tigers actually run away the same time as Ogres do, so they actually are great experience if you can get them, but not super reliable. Hey, Snowfire. No, there is no help for this one. This is really hard. Solo Thief on NES was definitely a thing, and I imagine that this is going to be no different. Here we go, level 19, trying Astos now. 68 was the highest we did at level 17. And time for some good music. Time to try again. Rob was a 50 or 60% chance of instant death, so that's the first thing we need to get past. Take 2. Ooh, critical, a really good start. Unfortunately, we don't get to see if he's going to rub us quite yet. Here we go. Dan, are you going to make it into a credible start? We're starting. 26. Hopefully we can dodge the slow. Nope. Well, that makes it tough to win. $27. 28. How long will this take? Probably 4 or 5 hours. 36. New high score, by the way. 8 on a non-crit. Actually deal with Dark. 38. Doesn't snooze, but he has to dodge another rub. Still in it. 39. 2 crits, 64. Could be a new high score here. 71. 72. 99! Oh, we're getting triple digits. We are gonna go triple digits on this one. 105. 106. Got 168 health. Dan's got sunglasses. 107. And 107, our new high score. That's better than I thought it would be at level 19. And we'll see how much of a fluke that was. That was our First credible try. Highest score with level 17 was 68. Dan is not in there. 1. Got slowed, still at 1 damage. Slow start on this. 2. Three. 5. Consistency is not Dan's strong suit, okay? 6. I don't know if this will qualify as a credible one. 12. Alright, it did break double digits. Dan's all tuckered out from that last fight. 13. 14. I don't know, 14, does that count as a credible try? Let's give Dan a freebie on that one. He has some post-triple digit fatigue. One. Really just want to see that opening crit. We still have the 2 attacks per round. 4 damage. 5. Master still has not done the rub spell. 12. So don't get excited yet. That one is not a credible attempt. Yeah, we do want to have like a really slow start in terms of spells, because just more and more buffer before you see the slows. But it does nothing unless Dan gets damage. 1, 2. Got hit with a slow. 3. 4. He was level 21 on NES. Just 2 levels higher than this. Five. 7. 8. 9. 10. Coming in for the rub. Still going. 18. This one might count. 26, yeah, we'll count this one. 27. They would need a little bit of a miracle, but we'll count it as a credible try. 33. 62. 63. 67. Needs one more point of damage to tie second place. Third place. Third place. Just go in melee. We got 2 damage. 10. 62. Oh boy. Come on, Dan. Dodge this rub. Dodge it. Dan did not dodge it. That was a good start. That's the kind of start that if you can get like 80 damage up with that opening, you really have a shot of doing it. Fourth place. That was a 0. Another 0. Just now noticing how bad Astos' sprite looks compared to the GBA one. It's just like something wrong with his face. There is just something wrong with him. 2. $11. There's the slow. 17. 18. 19. We dodged the slow too. We did it the first time out. I don't think we've done any slow dodges the second time out. Should be 27. $28. 29. Round 2. 30. $31. $56. $57. Good enough for 5th place. Two. Four. Dodge the slow two. Got a couple rounds before the slow one. Extra attacks and blows them. 5. 6. 13. 16. 17. Triple dodge. 19. Dodging everything. He does the sleep and the rub. Here's the sleep. 20. He gets hit by the rub here. This will be the worst possible that I think I'd seen from possibilities. But you know what? 53, respectable. 53 when he got slowed. Go and Data, have a great night. Thanks for the good wishes there. $54. $57. Well, for the number of attacks he had, it was kind of disappointing. 57 is like it's like an okay score. How about the sunglasses? They are very uncomfortable. They're really scratchy, and one of the arms is broken. Two. 9. Try again. 21 we were actually pretty fortunate to be able to get, so I would not be shocked if similar levels are required here. I was just really hoping to not have to deal with the post-ogre grinding. This version, it's way worse once the ogres start running away. Two. Two? I mean, really, it's all about the crits. He has to get a pretty decent number of crits in an attempt to be pushing that 168 mark. Pretty much all of your non-critical hits put together are like maybe a crit and a half. So just a handful of swings are what's really deciding the fights. NES Masters, I think, was like 15 or so hours. And kind of what we've seen is that there are really big chunky differences between the performances. Like, a lot of them are going to be like zeros or twos. And if you can get past that stage, then you're going to probably get like 50 or 60 points. For that triple digit one, that has been by far blowing out everything else that we've seen. And that was what, like the second attempt on these level 19 ones. So it can happen at any minute. Or it could be like, yeah, do it 200 times. No way to tell. We can't figure out the critical hit rate, Skepticon. It feels lower, but everything claims it's the same. Feels like the hit rate is lower is actually the thing. Alright, 1. 33, good start there. Come on, Dan, dodge the slow. Nope. 34. That slow's a really big one to evade. It's like 6 or 7 free rounds. 35. 37. There go the sunglasses. That is definitely causing some problems. $39. $39 on that one. All right, one more decent-ish attempt, and then we will see where we level up. Does Power Glove work on this one? Yes. Once we've got the Power Glove, the late game boss is going to be way easier. 10, good start. Maybe not a great start. Still looking for that final good try. What is darkness? Significantly reduces your accuracy and also significantly increases the monster's chance of hitting. So basically reduces your evade as well. 26. Come on, Dan. Get a good start here. Did not get a good start. Nine. 17. He does the slow. Gets slowed. Down to 18. 19. 26. 32. 33. 34. 42. 43. 'The slow stack, no. It can only be slowed once. It can only be hasted once as well. And defeat it. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a drink, and then we are gonna go to most likely the Marsh Cave. So give me a second to get some water, and we come back. Our thief adventure will continue. Alright, water has been refreshed. And we scouted out two options in Marsh Cave. One is trying to grind the shadows on the top floor. Shadows have not a lot of experience, but they also don't do much damage. So you can do that for a while. Like, each shadow is a bit less than half of an ogre. Then at bottom of Marsh, you got the mucks, and you've got the werewolves. And both of those give you a lot of experience, more than an ogre would. But they do quite a bit more damage. And so you can't really stay in bottom Marsh indefinitely. You also have a bunch of time that you're walking back and forth to get more heal potions stocked up. So we need to figure out which of those is going to be the better strategy for experience. Because we need a lot of it. Good news is you don't have to leave the dungeons to get your level ups. You can always take the same approach as outside. Just getting resets if you don't get the stats that you want. For level 20 coming up here, we have a hard level. We got strength point and strong level up to knock out. 21 will be a little bit better. That one is just an agility point. 2 1/3 ogres there. Really feels like Groger's be worth more than 1 1/3 ogres. He is a lot more dangerous than I think people give him credit for. Alright, here we are looking for Shadow. Gotta kind of compare again how they feel. Shadow should all be one-shots. I don't think we're gonna have too many times where we have to hit them more than once. Scums you can't do anything with. There shouldn't be any R-bones in this floor. So you can't do anything with the crawl fight. Poisonous party mechs. They're gonna be running other than the muck, and you only have at most one of those. So unlikely to be super strong. That is just a little bit less than 1 ogre. Took almost no damage. So you could probably keep that up for quite a while. But the mucks and werewolves, those go like 3-4 ogres per fight. And you need a lot of potions to continue. Committed to Astos, well, don't injure yourselves. There are always VODs available to check out later, if necessary. Yeah, wizards are way too strong for us. We narrowly squeezed by the 2-wizard encounter, and their value is a lot less than you would think for how difficult those things are. Their only upside is that you get the trap tile, so you can have very quick spawns. Dan will occasionally fail to one-shot a Shadow. That's the first one he has not one-shot. Alright, there's the second one. Well, that does put a little bit of a damper on it. Like right there, that's about a Groger worth of experience. Let's go try the mucks now. This next dungeon has a pretty low encounter rate compared to the rest of the game. Not nice that there is a scum. I was thinking maybe I could take that, but we have no way of killing scum and it probably isn't going to run away at this level. Gargoyles, I think we're pretty bad. We're going to do a test run on this. Yeah, if we can't one-shot them. They don't give you a lot of experience. Gargoyle is, I want to say like 0.6 of an ogre. So that whole encounter is a ogre-groger fight worth of XP. But does more damage overall. There was a muck. That's the good stuff. We want more of those. Muck is 1 1/4 ogres. And they come in packs of up to 3. werewolves are a bit rare. But they do a lot less damage, so they are a really good fight when we can get them. It's another one where it's going to be more damage from the poison than from the monster attacks. We get to a point where everything runs away. I think the wizards are like never gonna run away. I think that like something here, like maybe these mucks run away at like level 30 something. So we better be able to beat Astos by then. Otherwise, we've got some problems. Also, it looks like we have 48 mucks to go. $47. I need my muck whistle to be able to summon them more effectively. Alright, let's see if Crawl runs. We want Crawl and Bone to run. Our Bone's the only one here that's worth fighting. No, they're all sticking around still. Despite how many copies there are of the games, stuff like Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 are worth way more money than you'd expect. We did the Final Fantasy 7 playthrough. I had to get a new disc for Final Fantasy 7 because disc 1 of mine was broken. And I was kind of shocked, like, there's many copies of that game that have been sold. But it's still like a, $35 or $40 title. Hey, welcome back, Shaka. We did get triple digits in Astos. I think 106 was our high score. Nice, lots of werewolves. And we're gonna take a huge amount of poison damage, but that is okay here. Well, maybe not great, but we'll deal with it. I think Tactics has aged pretty well. There's definitely some rough spots, but the things that it was really good at, in like the storyline and in terms of how the game unfolds, those are things that are not as hurt by age as games that are really reliant on, flashy graphics or something for making them interesting when they first came out. This is gonna be really close. Dan, you better clutch this. 6 werewolves is a lot of XP to give up. Nope. Dan! What a tragedy. That was probably like 5 ogres worth of XP. Kind of shocking all these spiders are sticking around. We have the two arachnids in the back. It's gonna cost me more potions than I budgeted for the one muck. Actually, the arachnids are worth quite a lot as well. They're a very lucrative monster if you were not poisoned the whole time. We'll call that 2 mucks worth of XP. Best solo class challenge, anything except for the thief. Honestly, I think the white mage and black mage are actually harder. It's just that the thief is more tedious to do. Because the thief just has this huge wall at the beginning of the game where there's very few options about how you deal with encounters. And white mage and black mage get to be a lot flashier with their approaches. Even though in the end they're actually very difficult to finish. Another 2 mucks down. Well, if we can do 4 potions per muck, we might be able to get a level up in one trip. Yeah, white mage mutes Astos and then hits him with a hammer for 20 minutes. Doesn't take too many attempts to get started, but it's such a fun strat to see. $39 mucks to go. This'll be a bunch of them. Alright, it seems pretty clear that the pure muck fight is a really good XP promotion type of deal. 4 werewolves. Yeah, the poison on those, even though the fight's really good. If you get poisoned early, that'll suck up a lot of potions for that fight. Do you know, werewolves could appear in that formation. But that was just pure werewolf. Nice, Crawl ran away. Does mean we can maybe get this Arbone fight. I forget how much Arbones are worth. They might only be worth about the same as a muck overall, but do more damage. Also, I'm pretty certain that the skeletons' shoulder pads are the blue stuff, but it really looks like they have beards. I think all these skeletons have beards. Ooh, actually, that's 2 ogres worth. It's not too bad. I think they still do more damage per potion than a Makwed. Alright, good werewolf start. Gonna be way less poison damage than we saw before. And that came out to be also about 2 ogres. It's pretty hard to get today, but if you want a good version of Final Fantasy III, the PSP version, I think, is maybe the best of the remakes. It doesn't have the really chunky 3D-ness of the DS version. But the big pain is that Final Fantasy III PSP was, for English, only released digitally. And you can get a physical Japanese copy, and it has English text on it. But it's a lot less convenient than if it had been released natively in the countries that wanted it. You're so close to one-shotting those werewolves. Not consistent, but occasionally close. Because one shot would certainly make a really big difference on werewolf value. What gargoyles? I think these don't give enough XP for their damage. They still hit me pretty hard. If you had the silver armlet, that would totally make sense as a fight. Gargoyles have multiple attacks per round, so any bump up in defense really dramatically tones down how much they do. Scorpions were a no. I think Scorpion is the 1 in 64 encounter on this floor. They're either the 1 in 64 or the 3 in 64. Maybe we shouldn't see them all that often. Come on, just give me some mucks. 3's an interesting one to try out if you liked Final Fantasy V or Final Fantasy Tactics, things that use that type of job system. Because the characters are very much blank slates that are built up by how you choose to evolve them. And then for like balance purposes, it's really rough. Like they make it so that there are these extremely large increases in difficulty throughout the game. So there's definitely rough spots in a bunch of places for it, but I think it mostly comes down to, do you like that type of mechanic for creating characters, as opposed to characters that are like more story driven and have personality and, you know, particular paths that they're meant to go down. Alright, costly for potions. We need to get another 2 mucks there. Our potion account's beginning to run a little bit low. Let's see how we're doing overall. That is 28 mucks left to go. So I don't think we can get a level in one trip. Maybe if we stuck with the shadows. But Bottom Marsh seems like we take a little bit more damage than we could sustainably keep up with. Needs a potion vendor down here. That would make a difference. See if Scorpion sticks around. Alright, so 1 Scorpion gets me what? A little bit more than an Ogre. About halfway in between an Ogre and a muck fight. Definitely not worth those. They got a higher ambush rate, they've got poison touch. But they do have one thing that my mucks don't have, and that is they're appearing. Where did all the mucks go? Muck is supposed to be like a 1 in 5 encounter. What about this corner? Maybe the mucks are over here. Nope, that corner just has bats. Nothing but bats and sadness. Oh wait, no, there's mucks. There are mucks here after all. My mistake. Alright, TFW, have a good night. Enjoy your lurking. Good crawler running. Really want the bones to run too. They're worth almost nothing. And yeah, our bones definitely has a red beard. You will never be able to unsee that now. The rest of the bones, on the other hand, these things are annoyances. I'm kind of shocked that level 19 and the bones are not panicking. They're a very low level monster. We've had things like creeps and asps and such run for 6 levels now. Mostly fighting Redbeard. That's the only one I want. I would love just to have Arbones by himself. And even then, he's not as good as a Muck. But it feels like it's okay. No, he's probably as good as a Muck. More XP, but more damage. Roughly balances out. Werewolves. I don't know, I went in here thinking the werewolves would be a good fight. But as our HP has gone up, because it's a percentage of your max HP for the poison techs, those are turning into, like, seriously a lot of pain. And so suddenly the werewolves are not as good of a value. Down to 22 mucks left. Call that 21. Really need 2 arachnids to be a good muck substitute. $20. Nearly out of healing potions. We will definitely have to experiment with those shadows. We took almost no damage from a shadow fight. If to sit through the first round, 90% ambush rate is going to be a pain. See the frequency of their appearance rates as well. Whether it's something that we can reliably get to show up. If you're getting roughly 1 muck per fight, may pay out. Then, of course, the big question is, do we try Astos again at level 20? Or do we wait for 21? I skipped 2 levels last time because I didn't feel like 18 was going to be a really big improvement compared to what 17 had. But 17 to 19 was a decent-sized jump. Could 19 to 20 be enough? Or is 21 a better try? Just you and me, Arachnid. There's another muck and a half done. I think that's it for our healing potion, so I'll have to bail out this dungeon. Grab a couple of shadows upstairs. And thankfully, way less time to restock those heals. This would be a pretty unlikely strategy on NES. Between the healing time cost of grabbing more of those things and whether you could actually get a reasonable number of mucks in a nice time frame. We definitely had a pretty good setup with that Melmon Peninsula power on NES that helped power through this stretch. Good, one more muck for the road. And some shadows. And let's count the damage. 14. 20. 32. 45. 49. 57. So 57 damage for about a muck's worth of experience. That's pretty similar to what we were getting for mucks downstairs. I think we actually had less damage for the solo mucks. And it was only the 2 and 3 packs that was pushing the average up. So other than being slightly earlier in the dungeon and more convenient, the shadow may not be much of an improvement. Here, take the tarantula party. It's another muck and a half. So now we are down to 13 mucks left to go. Actually, this way we're better off doing this last bit near the town. Turn that instead to some number of ogres. We'll figure out the ogre count once we get there. If it was like 13 mucks, it should be about 20 ogres. Call it 19. Better to do the level out here because it'll be a lot easier to get that last bit of experience to re-roll things. This one's going to be one of the relatively hard levels to get the good stat gains. You want to see both strength and a strong level up at the same time. Of the two, we'll probably prioritize strength. There we go. Made it back home. With that many enemies for a trip out, maybe we can break even on the potion count. I was kind of worried that we would be limited to the number of trips through the marsh cave we could do. But that might not be a problem looking at that figure. But things like the R-bones and other monsters helped a bit. 899 heals. Max out the cures. Don't really need any more cabins right now. We do need how many ogres? 11 ogres. Come on, Dan. He's regressed, taking 4 rounds to kill an ogre. But you need to do 10 more times. Nine more. 8 more ogres. Are there safe tiles in this version? In dungeons, no. There's still the safe tiles for like the docks on the overworld. But your save tiles are much diminished compared to NES. As a trade-off though, if you save anywhere, then you can just reload until you don't get an encounter. This one is going to be frame-based rather than step-based. So there is no minimum or maximum travel time before you see the next fight. And of course that means it is easily manipulable. Although a bit tedious when they have, you know, battle every 6 steps. You have to memo save quite often. We're gonna fight the wizards. Wizards are done. We level 16 wizard battle. We're currently working on level 20 for trying to beat Astos. We tried Astos at 17, high score was 68 damage. At level 19, our high score was 106 damage. So definitely some improvement there. And yes, we did at level 21, that's looking like it may be a good idea for this one as well. Can't take on zombies? Nope. I mean, the odds of getting a solo Zomble is really, really small. And even if we did, it's not a guaranteed win. About 4 more ogres to go. We did manage to beat a wyvern, though. I was pretty impressed by that. That is the most powerful monster we've beaten. It's also a really rare encounter. Three more ogres. It will soon be all ogre. Up to a 5-hour difference between in-game and our time into this. A lot of that was the Astos fight. We did about an hour of Astos tries. Getting some good data. We did find the thief is not very good with rubbing, that is true. It often caused Dan to lie down on the job. I think this might be our first crack at level 20. This one's gonna be a tough one. To get both a strong level up and also a strength point. It was probably like 15 tries the last time this combination came up. So we'll see how well we do here. I'm going to prioritize the strength point over the HP. So if we have to give up, that's the one I want to take. And here's the level up. No strong level up, and no strength point. Try again, Dan. go into double ogre time. One of the really big differences leveling on this stretch is NES is going to have tons and tons of double ogre fights, whereas here we have to really hunt for them. Right? And no points. Next try is no points. A few solid smacks, but we have. Hopefully, Dan getting a strength point here. Or not. No points for Dan. Stallson, not seeing a strong level up, which I'm guessing those are 1 and 4. Either 1 and 4 or 1 and 5. The documentation for this game is somewhat lacking for mechanics. All the different versions are mixed up together. And other than NES, people have not really gotten super deep into the combat formulas. These aptitude for strength. A surprising number of levels guarantee a strength point. I think 70% of level ups have a guaranteed strength point. And for the ones that don't have it, on NES it's a 1 in 4 chance. It feels like it's a 1 in 10 chance on PlayStation. So more difficult to get the missing points. But as a trade-off, it's a lot easier to get HP on this version. Except not right there. Right there, it's not very easy. No points for Dan. Like, some of the big things are that, since it's so easy to get HP, we don't need to care about Vitality. So there's a stat that was a lot of work to manipulate on NES. We are caring less about Agility, even though that hurts us a bit. Okay, we got the strong level up. Didn't get the strength point. I'm gonna pass on that one. I don't think that one's even worth saving. Full strength for Astos, at least Bad Road. Because right now, every point of strength is going to be a huge difference on that battle. HP, we are probably past the point where it's a big deal on Astos. And we can definitely get 999 HP before. Somewhere in the mid-30s at this rate. Like, we're already over 500, which, you know, in 15 levels, we're gonna have like another 450 HP pretty easily. So that one should be no problem. Alright, 26 HP and no strength point. Yeah, after we get the airship, for all of the bosses post Lich Eye and maybe Zombie D's, we will have the Power Glove. And a Power Glove use gives you many levels worth of strength for one turn. It'd be nice if you didn't have to do a bunch of Power Gloves in every fight, because it does make the fights a little bit more likely to fail. You know, if you have to Power Glove 4 times instead of 2. But it's still way better than NES Thief has to deal with. No strength. You really just need to luck out and get strength and strong HP same time. Then we have to worry about this entire problem at all about which one you trade off. And no strength point. I guess I'll say this. Up through Lich, strength is really useful. After Lich, that's when you can get the Zeus Gauntlet for Lit 2s. And that's probably the point where if you want to start slacking off on strength, it's less likely to bite you. That may be the spot where we just kind of blast through levels at that point. So we still have to get past Astos. We have to grind at Crescent Lake, and the good news is the grinding is going to get way faster past Astos because we will have much better monsters and better gear to work with. So suddenly, instead of taking like 90 minutes per level, it'll be, you know, back to like 20 minutes per level for a while. And that'll make it a lot more pleasant stretch. But you do have a couple levels to get for being realistically able to take Lich out. Also need a strength point. Another really nice thing about strength is we're pretty close to one-shotting a lot of these fights. Either we're just falling right below it, or we're very borderline. And having that be very consistent is going to be nice. No strength. Hey, Insult. Welcome in. Well, I can't recommend doing a Solo Thief no class change challenge, so we can commiserate. We will look back on this, and remark to ourselves how ridiculous these are. But also secretly fun. There's a strength point. Alright, so that's a Sal. We'll give it a couple tries to get both. But I'm not going to put a lot of effort into trying to get the strong level up here. Because it's going to be really hard to do them at the same time. So we got the strength level saved on memory card. Go back to memo save for putting us in position. Let's say 5 tries at it. Number 1. Didn't get it. Number 2. Didn't get it. Number 3. Didn't get it. Why are we doing this again? Well, I think this is actually going to be way less difficult than the NES one. I think this is more of a relaxing victory lap, having successfully done the hardest character class challenge. This is where we get to put together some of the things that we learned doing that. See the differences in the versions. That's been pretty fun as well. And as always, we can think about the happy times and the Dan times that we had together. Alright, we'll give it 2 more tries. Hey, Big Slammo. Thank you very much for the host there. We're doing a Solo Thief no class change challenge on the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy. And there is a very large roadblock in this challenge run called Astos that we are hopefully getting close to being able to beat. Giving him a couple tries at a few different levels. We're seeing if level 20 here is going to make a notable difference. High score right now is 106 damage out of 168 needed. And if level 20 doesn't do it, then we will grind out level 21. Yep, Highland Rim. We'll probably be doing this for, I would guess 4 nights. Once we get past Lich, then I think it will very much speed up compared to NES. Since we didn't get our perfect level up there, we are going to take the one with just the strength point, no HP gain, or very small HP gain. And we will take this show on the road to Astos once more. Give him a couple credible tries, see if we can beat that 106 score. Every point of strength, depending on how much of a damage break you got on the monsters, is going to be pre-slow, about 3 points of damage, and post-slow, about 1.5 points. Now, if you're into train wrecks and absolute slaughter, this is definitely a great time to come in. Did we Bane Sword in the NES run? We Bane Sword Warmech. We beat Chaos with damage. I was really proud of that. Warmech I didn't have any hope of doing without Bane Sword. Team at one you can Bane for the fun of it. That's different. Chaos was the big question of, are you able, with all of those extra strength points, make it so that you don't have to have a ridiculously bad experience at the end of a very long dungeon walk? Because each trip down to Chaos is 45 minutes, assuming that you make it, which you might only make it every 2 or 3 times. And if you have to get a move that is 3 in 256 to work, at the end of that, then you're going to be doing that for a while. But I think we did Chaos like third or fourth try. Like, we had like one death on Phantom and then one death on Chaos, and then we got it. So it was definitely paying off for all of the min-maxing on the levels. Alright, Astos, we're back. Level 20. Let's see what you've got. Every level's roughly that extra point or so of damage per hit. Every level is like a 1% better chance of not being rubbed and slowed and darked and slept and all the other things this guy does. Once again, try and give 5 really credible attempts at it. 1 damage. $28. It's opening us really well, but we need to survive the rub. 29. 31. Well, we didn't get that many crits. Here goes the rub, and we're in it. 38. Alright, Dan, dodge the slow and you got a much better chance. Nope. 39. So with the slow, we have lost a lot of attacks. 40. Can also say that we're not getting that many hits that are damage breaking. Anything that's above a natural 1 is where we're getting the benefit of those levels. That's 50, I believe. 51. Yeah, it's got sunglasses. 52. 53. Dodge the rub there. Not that it's going to really save him. Still needs a crit to even move into second place. 54. And there he goes. So 54 in the first try. I think that's good enough for... Is that 5th place or 6th place? It's really about the same as the previous time. How much HP? 168. What we really need is a bunch of criticals. That is where all the magic is. Actually, Astos is where the magic is. He's got a lot of magic. Try again, Dan. This is 1 level lower than we did Astos on NES. So there is some evidence that somewhere in this vicinity it is possible to win. 36, good start there. Dodge this rub. I'll be really happy, Dan. Dan did not dodge the rub. There was only sadness. Available for 4 thieves? Probably level 12. You can only rub 1 person at a time. You can only slow 2 one person at a time. Slow 1 is where it's more of a problem. One, 3. And 3. Scary thing is you might have to survive more than one rub on the successful one. We've had one that got through rub 3 times in one fight. Just the longevity, able to rack up lots of damage. Can definitely last longer because you're not getting killed by the fire 2 and lit 2 as often. So you make it back around to, you know, that second or even third rub. That's definitely a change compared to NES. But a change for the negative is that now dark is really, really impacting things. Kind of have to do a lot of work in hopefully those first like 6 or 7 turns. Rub's about 50% right now. 5, 7, 16. It's like it starts off around 60%, and then we're getting a little bit of extra magic defense for each of these levels. So I'm guessing around 50% right now. Three. So far, Dan's still sitting at only one credible try here. I mean, you look at it and be like, what's the difference between level 20 and 21? Like, that's going to be 1 more point of strength, 2 more points of magic defense. How is that going to make things dramatically different? So it's still going to be really hard, even with more level ups. 1, 2, 3. Okay, taking deaths on those slow starts. 17. Here's a big start. I mean, that's not double crit, but still pretty good. And danced it. Yeah, level increase gives you 2 points of magic defense, which is roughly a 1% better resist chance on spells. So every level incrementally helps a little bit for the thief, but it's very, very incremental. No, RNG is totally different. Everything is now frame-based instead of using tables. Which we never used anything for the RNG manipulations on Astos. There was never a damage loop or anything that we got into. 1, 2. Alright. He's getting started. Dodge the slow. Nope. 8. That slow is just such a crushing one. Because you've got some turns before he does his slow one. 9. And you're missing out on an extra attack per round for every single one of these. 10. 11. 20. 23. 24. 24, the second best at this level. Just not very good. That's like the... I don't even know where that places overall. We have a bunch that are in the 30s and 40s. Why is the damage output so spiky? Because criticals are like massively more damage than the regular attacks. Here's 7, 16, and for the regular attacks, if it's below a certain point, it just goes 1. It doesn't go below 1. So you're seeing it cut off on the bottom end pretty hard. 17, 26. 27. And that cutoff is what the strength point is going to really adjust up. 33. 36. 37. 45. 46. 47. 'Dark' may be the single most significant change between the versions. Because that is really cutting our damage down for the second loop through. call that an incredible attempt, though. We did get into the 40s. Made it pretty far into the cycle. 10. Try again. Yeah, we actually have not even set a new high score at level 20 here. Level 19 remains our best attempt. Oh, it's really unpredictable. Like, one time, we're just gonna bust out, 5 crits, and then it'll be completely different. Here's 34, starting off nice. 36. Oh well, Dan. Oh well. Seven. Speaking of time, we got about 7 minutes to 13 hours on this. I'm going to cut this Astos session off at 13 hours. Regardless of the number of critical attempts that Dan has tried. At that point, it'll be better to go back to Marsh for more leveling. So we can try at level 21 or even 22 if necessary. 7. 12. 14. Yeah, the rubs when you get like a first round critical hurt a lot. We had one that started off with a double critical in round 1 and then got rubbed. It was like 52 damage and then dead. This is the best equipment a thief can get, Lemon Kid, today. The thief is just not very good. Ooh, 33. 59! Look at this start. Come on, Dan. Dodge the slow. Dodge the slow. We did not dodge the slow. It was looking really good up until then. 60. 64. 68. 69. 77. Moving into second place all time. 83. Needs to dodge a sleep and a rub here, though. Well, he's asleep. Didn't get rubbed, though. 84. So we can make around another loop. $85. 91. 15 away from his all-time high. $117. We got a new record. New record, Dan. 118. 121. 122. And 122. A new PB for Dan. New PB. So a little bit of improvement from that level 20. Give him one more try here. 168 is the number that we need to reach. So we were about a crit and maybe a strength point off. Either that or 2 crits. 9. $18. Didn't get slowed for a bit. Got some potential. 33. He's getting like 4 or 5 rounds of doubles. 35. 37. Get no crits on it though. 48. 49. See if we can dodge this one as well. Still got doubles. 56. He dodged the dark. 57. Now he's got to dodge sleep and rub coming up. 66. 67, he got slowed. So cycle 2 is probably behind pace. 68. 69. 70. 75. 75. Good for 3rd place all time for PlayStation version here. Does Dan ever get named something else? Dan is, well, kind of Danish. Truly. The most apt name we could ever think of for him. So I'm going to say that's his attempts at level 20 here. He did set a new high score. And that was pretty nice looking. But we must go further to beat Astos. What is Dan's backstory? So, on the NES version, the game will automatically reorder your characters whenever you get poisoned or petrified or somebody dies. And so you need to order them back so that you know what slot they go into and what equipment they've got and what spells they have left. So we start A, B, C, D for the names, and it was Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan. Those actually came from Fiesel doing a game called Swords and Serpents, which also has 4 characters, but a 3-character name limit. And that's why they're all 3 characters long. And when I'm doing the speedruns on the NES version, there is one person at the end of the game that is going to be a little bit, well, unlikely to survive. There's only 3 ribbons in this game, and you got 4 characters. So somebody is not protected from a lot of status elements and instant death and things. And by tradition, that person is Dan. And it turns out it's a pretty accurate reflection of how Dan is just pretty much all the time. See our muck quantity. You're gonna need 57 mucks, it looks like. We are not mucking about anymore. To convince Bone to run more often. Just want to pull the R-Bone out of this fight, nobody else. Yeah, kind of a bad start. Let's get somebody that will definitely give us some mucks. Muck at 1 1/4 ogres is a really good encounter that isn't going to run away from us. That's going to be an increasing problem on a lot of those overworld fights that we were doing before. And they're about the same percentage here as the ogres were. Where we kind of lose out is that the other fights on this floor are not that good. So we have to deal with the lower quality battles popping up more often. I originally thought the werewolves would be good, but it turns out the poison damage is just way too intense. And so there's really no way to keep up the pace long enough compared to just doing muck battles. But we can get our boats. I'll take them. There's our muck fight. Triple muck starting us off. Down 54 to go. See if we can avoid the poison. We didn't get poison in the ambush round. Basically, poison is such a big tick per turn that it chews up a lot of potions relative to the amount of XP these things give. They give a lot of XP. But the cost is so high that it's hard to pay off. Hey, Veg, welcome in. Luckily, it's not 13 hours in one sitting. We're only doing 6 or 7 hours per night on this. It'd be really nice if we could get past Astos today. We'll definitely get this level up today. I think that is very reasonable to get done. This is level 21 we're currently working on. That is the level we beat Astos at on the NES version. High scores so far in Astos, 122 out of 168. We're going about 20 points per level up, so 21 or 22. Seems like it could be reasonable for victory. Keep pounding away until it happens. How do we only do 2 hits? Well, you need to get level 28 with this weapon to get your 3rd attack. The Thief is really, really bad. Be 26 with the Scimitar, but that's a little bit less damage. And a lower critical hit rate for Astos purposes. The Thief better than the Randomizer? I wouldn't say the Thief is good. There are some buffs in the Randomizer that have tried to improve the Thief. Largely unsuccessfully. But I'm sure every bit helps. Alright, OmniFlare, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams to you. Let's have to one-shot those mucks a little bit more consistently. Every strength point, about 3 points of damage on those attacks. So it'll very slowly creep up until your consistency is pretty good. Solo Red Mage is harder than you'd think. That was the first character class where I had to do at least a little bit of stat min-maxing on either the first or second time we did it. I think it was the second time we did do some min-maxing. First time we just kind of plowed through and then had to do a lot of tries at Chaos at the end. Second time it was a little bit better for Chaos, but the min-maxing was expensive. It's not like Fighter or Black Belt where just get level 50 and you can destroy everything. Red Mage is right on the cusp of, you know, can you really get away with not paying attention to stuff? Muck and a half there. Now, if you're playing on this version where they've got temper, then Red Mage would be fine. I did the solo Red Mages on NES, and they struggle a lot more there. Temper just makes such a big difference. Temper and Power Glove. It's all about getting to that point, and then you're kind of good. Call that a muck. It'd be really nice if we didn't have to pull these things out of the poisonous party mix. Just all of this extra stuff hanging out, making the fight go slower and also take a lot more damage. Efficiency is a big thing for doing this. Okay, with a muck and a half down. Slight downside of the lower encounter rate of Marsh. Takes longer to get these to spawn. Actually, we're not having too much of a problem before. I think if you get your save game close to where a spawn point happens, then you're recycling pretty fast. It's like when you do these memo saves, it records the state of the RNG, and then if you're basically doing the same inputs, you'll see that the number of steps to the encounter is almost the same. This time, no triple muck. They are hurting us, though. Gonna really pay for this one. There's 3 mucks down. At the cost of a lot of heal potions. Healing is a big nemesis for the thief. If you had the high potion from GBA, that one change, because you could just hold so much more recovery, would be a huge difference. Pretty low damage muck. That time the poisonous party mix was cooperative. Yeah, in battle as well. If you're doing 100 recovery instead of 30, it might actually make sense to recover in battle for at least a decent-sized chunk of the game. In this version, the potion effect is so small, like kind of like the heal staff, that other than very special occasions, it doesn't get a lot of like direct combat use. How much easier for GBA? We would have finished this run probably about 4 hours ago on GBA. Might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but right around that ballpark. GBA, you could take out Astos maybe 45 minutes in. Be done with Lich in under an hour and a half, get your airship, and then it's a little bit more work for late game because Chaos has got so much more HP, but it's not substantially different. Alright, Carl, one more try to run away. There you go. If only the bones would run. I would have to clean them up. That's how the bone zone goes. About a muck and a half. Gargoyles turned out to not be worth it. That was another one I was hoping, along with Werewolf, to be at least a decently profitable fight. Problem of Gargoyles is that because they've got multiple attacks per round, and the Thief's got really bad armor, with this setup, they just do too much damage. If you had Silver Armlet, you could grind those Gargoyles and be like coming out pretty ahead in terms of XP per potion. Great 2-muck fight right there. Alright, we'll see how the werewolves go. If you don't get poisoned right away, could be worth it. Unless we get some one-shots. Those are also really good. These things don't have a lot of health, so like you're very close to one-shotting on those previous levels. Now it looks like it's getting a little bit better. But that's just barely short. Nice. This will actually be a very good werewolf battle. That turns out to be 2 mucks worth. Now that we're halfway through our potions, we have 35 mucks to go. Hey, fair here, this is the PlayStation 1 version. We're just comparing to GBA how much faster this run would have been done. PlayStation 1 is quite similar to NES. It's got all the bugs fixed, it's got memo saves, it's got a whole bunch of balance tweaks, but fundamentally, of all the remake versions, this one's the most aligned to the original design of the game. So you still have spell slots. At least on normal difficulty, the leveling is very similar. And with no added items or really good quality life improvements, it's still got a lot of the feel of the NES version. And all of that changed with GBA now, putting in tons and tons of safeties and things that make the game not have as many difficulties for some of these more extreme challenges. See if we can have a gargoyle battle. Yeah, if you had MP, then you're either playing the GBA or the PSP version. They're decent ports, like, in terms of, are these good ones to play? It's like, totally accessible for a lot of players that would otherwise be kind of turned off by the NES version. So I often actually recommend them over the originals to people that, don't have a lot of nostalgia for how much grinding and how painful some of the original design decisions were. The Thief useful? No! Unfortunately, the Thief is by far the worst character class in the game. Having no redeeming qualities whatsoever. The bug fixes impact the Thief less than other character classes for the few things that were not in your favor. Like, the thief was supposed to be good at running, and running was broken in the NES version, so when it's fixed here, the thief gets a little bit of a boost. Critical hits, evidently in this version, were not fixed. They weren't fixed until GBA, so that's another thing Thief was supposed to do well, and totally broken. Thief really benefits from Power Glove working. That's what I think is going to dramatically change this run later on, is that once we get past the airship, then all the rest of it is very, very different than the NES version was. The more mucks, the merrier. It's kind of the first game in the series where the thief is not, like, really bad. And even then, I never liked Edge, who is the thief/ninja in that one. 5, the thief gets a lot of a boost because of things like stealing actually working, and the job in general having more perks. But they definitely have put a lot of attention into improving thieves over the years. Even going so far as to making your main character basically a thief in Final Fantasy IX. Yeah, Edge was a tough character to use well. You had to understand how the weapon system worked really deeply to get good combat damage from him. Like, it turned out Edge was actually pretty good at melee, but a lot of people didn't use him with a good setup for that. This Arbone's playing hard to get. We're not taking that much damage, but it's still being super slow. There we go. Nine's the last decent story. I think a lot of people like 10. I think the story in 10 is something that really is one of the stronger points of the game. It's definitely corny in a lot of places. There's definitely some characters of 10 that are very annoying, but overall the storyline is a good one. See, that's the beauty of 10. You don't have to have the main character in the game. You can just play with 3 other people on your team. That's something I really liked about 10, is that for most of the game, it was pretty wide open who you wanted to use. Once you got like halfway through it, there was not a lot of spots where they said, oh, you have to have this character in the party for this particular dungeon or battle. Nice, 2 more mucks. And didn't even kill with a critical. Must have really low rolled those. And that is 27 more mucks to go. Six is a lot of werewolves. Need some good first couple rounds. Alright, we got the first two one-shots. Haven't gotten poison yet, which is good. So we can probably make it through the fight. There's the poison finally proccing. I think that because our magic defense is getting better, we are successfully resisting a lot more of the enemy touch attacks. That's making a pretty big difference on these. Could come down to the wire if we don't get another one shot. Alright, hot toddies, have a good night. Should be wrapping up myself pretty soon here. Trying to get as much of this level as we can, and then set up for a successful Astos tomorrow, hopefully. 3 mucks of XP, but that really destroyed my healing. Efficiency-wise, like 1 muck at a time is just ideal for the setups on it. Like, you can do those all day long. But it's so slow getting that specific fight and then also getting solo muck to show up. Just gotta take what you can get sometimes. So in this case, is an Arbones. Getting close to two-shotting him. Oh, and then paralysis. That is one thing that solo characters really can't deal with. Any type of status summon is very likely to be fatal. Plus, paralysis you got a 1 in 4 chance of breaking out of, and that is not a good thing, given how fragile the thief is. One muck down, 1 muck to go. Oh, we're just so on that borderline. Here's where that 1 point of strength would make a pretty big difference. Taking these werewolves out faster. We are currently at 22 mucks left. So once again, we're getting most of a level in 1 trip through. That is respectable for progress on these. Like, these levels here are the worst levels for Solo Thief. As soon as we get past Astos, leveling speeds up by like 6x. Scorpions will pass. Scorpions are very likely to run away and not even give us anything for rewards. No scums for me. Scums you have to have magic to kill, so there's basically no way to beat those things right now. Let's see, we can at least pull in 4 or 5 more mucks before we leave. I think our level 20 trip got down to about 12 mucks from the level up of the before we ran out of heal potions. So that'll be a very good good mark to do again. Alright, our bones it is. Just need Crawl to run. Give you one more try, Crawl. One more try. Rude Crawl. Okay. This is probably going to completely drain me. And already poisoned, so nope, can't even finish it. Gonna say maybe we take the 6 werewolves for the finish. It is worth 3 mucks if you get them. We have all of our beautiful mucks gone. You're doing so good getting those. Should be like a 1 in 5 chance. Scum once again messing up the poisonous party mix group there. Otherwise, we would take that. Dan really hitting a dry spot here. Can convince it to get to some place we have not seen for randomness. Just delaying a little bit on the title screen to have guaranteed different number of frames than we've had before. Well, triple gargoyles. I am not a super big fan, but it is better than nothing. Actually, it's not better than that. It is not better than that. Looks like their absorb rating is a little bit too high for us to get clean kills on. We've definitely seen that formation before. Another tray ropes. The encounter RNG very different? Yes. So the RNG of this game is based on pretty much frames for everything. So there is no step count or anything like that for when encounters take place, which means with memo save you can basically go anywhere in dungeons. You're willing to save scum hard enough and get no encounters walking around. That's going to very dramatically change a lot of our dungeon trips later on, because we just can get to the boss, and if we can beat the boss, everything else is just taken care of. I can take one more fight down here. Let's see if our bones cooperates. Oh, really, Crawl. Crawl does not cooperate. The lack of manipulation is actually one of the things that really hurts us right now. On NES, we were able to manipulate in these particular encounters that were normally only found in the Melmond area. And that meant we could still get pretty reasonable leveling, even though this is a point in the game where ogres and other similar monsters that are normally found in this part of the world are going to be running away. But without that available, this is why we're having to dive into Marsh Cave. We've tried Peninsula Power a little bit, see if there's anything there that we could grab. And it turns out there's just not very much you can do with the resources that you have at this stage of the game. So you're kind of stuck with these mucks and maybe the shadows upstairs if you want to take a smaller monster. Class change at level 9, that is really working hard. I don't know if you can get that low level without having to like fear carry. there's some strategies for low-level runs that, especially unpleasant on NES. Though I imagine the remakes with the save anywhere are a lot nicer. But basically never taking any unnecessary experience throughout the whole game. See if we get a shadow battle we're able to grab. No, not going to worry too much about it. And there we go. Marsh Cave. That trip is done. Definitely a slog. We ended up being 17 mucks away. That's going to turn into 22 ogres. Hey, Landers, welcome in. Just about to wrap up our Solo Thief no class change playthrough for the night. But today we did get a bunch of progress. This is about 6.5 level ups. We got the Marsh Cave crown. We got the big Astos Gatekeeper coming up. Our best on Astos, 122 damage out of 168 needed. So with 1 or maybe 2 level ups, we should have them. They'll take these werewolves. Nope. Early poison's not going to work out. Grip's normally not very threatening, but if you're taking a 25 poison tick every round, they will quickly kill you. I think Imp actually is going to start running away, or Grip is going to start running away pretty soon. I want to say they're 1 level past Ogre for what their morale score is going to be. And yeah, Creep very commonly running now. They look like they're over 50%. It didn't take long. They started running at level 14. So we are only 6 levels past the minimum. Immediately back to town here. A couple more pushes should do it. And we're in. Alright, get restocked. I am pretty much spent from our fun times together today, but thank you very much everybody for coming out for our Solo Thief day number 2. we have gotten a lot of progress here. Tomorrow night we'll be back 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Pick up where we left off. This is going to be getting the last bit of level 21. And I'll give Astos a pretty serious attempt then. I would rather take a couple more tries on Astos at 21 than having to grind up to level 22 from this. 21 is where we did him on the NES version successfully. There we go.